What's good, team, and welcome to this Zero to Hero full React.JS course. Now, I'm super excited to be releasing this course on the channel, as for the longest time I've wanted to create a resource for learning React that will take you from the very beginning, no matter where you are on your React.js journey, and will teach you everything you need to know so that you could start working as a React.js developer tomorrow. So it's extremely comprehensive. It's the only React.js course you will ever need, so you don't have to jump between loads of different resources. And the way that we'll learn React.js in this course is by project-based learning. So we've got 4 amazing projects to work through. Each one is slightly more sophisticated than the last, but it's all at a very gradual progression rate. So no matter what your background, you'll be able to work through all of them. And at the end, not only will you be a React.js pro, but you'll also have a super cool portfolio of React.js projects that you could show to prospective employers. You'll have GitHub repos that you can share to demonstrate your coding ability with prospective employers. And you'll also have the confidence and knowledge that you would need to even just go out and build your own absolutely wicked React.js applications. Now, to speak a little bit more on the projects that we'll be building, we'll start off building a humble to-do list. The to-do list is super simple, so absolutely anyone can get to the end of the project, yet it still effectively demonstrates some of the core features of React, so it's an absolutely great place to start. After that, for project number 2, we're going to look at how we can start fetching some data from the internet, specifically from the NASA API. NASA has a specific API, it's called APOD, Astronomy Picture of the Day. We're going to look at how we can fetch that information and display it in a React application, and even include information about the picture so that anyone visiting the website can be informed as to what the picture is about, and that updates every single day. So that's a super cool project to have in your portfolio. Number 3 on the list, even cooler and even better, is a gym workout application. Now this one's super clever because it allows people to specify their training preferences and will generate them a custom workout depending on what it is that they're looking for, what their goals are, what training style they're looking to try. The project is super responsive, meaning that it looks good on a mobile device and on a traditional desktop. It's super clever as well. And once again, it's a great addition to the portfolio. And finally, the last application we'll be building is a machine learning application. So we'll look at how we can incorporate machine learning models into our React applications, and the model that we'll be using specifically transcribes speech to text. So we'll build an application that allows us to speak to it, record an audio clip, and it will transcribe it into text and allow the user to download the text. So you can see that these aren't just boring, plain old projects. These are projects that will actually impress employers, and if you want to get a job as a React developer, they will absolutely help you do that. Now, the only prerequisite knowledge required for this course is a little bit of an understanding as to HTML and CSS, and likewise with JavaScript. If you're looking to brush up on them, you can find an HTML and CSS course linked in the description down below. It's only an hour and a half long. You can absolutely rip through it. And likewise with JavaScript, the same thing. There's an hour-long tutorial linked in the description down below. Also, if you're looking for a place to continue your journey through JavaScript frameworks, backend servers, and full-stack development, check out the roadmap linked in the description down below. And with that all said, it's just about time to get started with project number 1. The last thing I'll say before we dive in is that all the resources you need are linked in the video description down below. If you have any questions along the way, there is a Discord community where you can ask them, and I'll do my best to respond and help clarify any uncertainties you may have. And additionally, the code repositories for each of the projects will also be linked in the description down below. As always, if you enjoyed the course, don't forget to smash the like and subscribe buttons. And with that all said, let's dive into project number 1. What's good, team, and welcome to today's React.js tutorial, where I'm going to teach you everything you need to know to start coding in React. React.js is absolutely brilliant for building dynamic and interactive web applications, and because of its popularity, it's absolutely essential to know if you want to get a job as a software developer. In this tutorial, we'll be learning React by building out a cute little to-do application. Not only does it look absolutely adorable, but it also teaches all the essential concepts such as state, the project directory, props, JSX, components, React hooks, and much, much more. And at the end of the video, we'll even deploy it live to the internet so that you have a link that you can share with your family and friends. The video is completely beginner friendly, so it doesn't matter if you've never touched React before. We'll start from the very beginning. And by the end of the video, not only will you have a live React.js project, a super clean code base that you can show off to prospective employers, but you'll also have a comprehensive understanding of all the core React concepts so that you can go out and build your own amazing React.js applications. My name's James, and I've taught thousands of people how to code on this channel. If you're new here, smash the subscribe button as I upload new videos every single week. And now it's time for the fun part. We can jump into some code and start building out our React project. Now, the first thing I've done is I've opened up a terminal or a command line, and I've navigated myself into the project directory of my choosing using the cd command. Now, to actually initialize a React project, we need to have Node installed on our devices, on our computers. If you don't have Node installed on your computer, there's a guide on how you can do that linked in the description down below. And we can check that Node is installed on our device by typing node and then space -v. If you get a version show up, then you do in fact have Node installed. Now, we need Node installed on our computer so that we can run an npm command. Specifically, the command that we write is npm create vite at latest, just like that. And then we pass in the name of our project. In this case, it's going to be reactjs to-do list. So once again, that's npm create vite at latest reactjs to-do list. If we hit enter, that's going to prompt us to potentially install Vite.js. You may have to just type Y for yes. After that, you should be asked to select a framework. We'll go down to React, hit enter, we'll select JavaScript, and just like that, our project has been installed. It's super fast. Now, to understand React, it's good if you do have a baseline knowledge of HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. If you want to brush up on them, there are some tutorials linked for you in the description down below. So with our project created, it's now time we open up our code editor. Once again, the link to install VS Code is in the description down below if you don't already have it. And with it open, we're now going to open a new folder, navigate to the directory where we created our React.js to-do list, and we're just going to select the folder and hit open. That's going to boot up the project directory. Here we can see we have the project name, React.js to-do list. We have our Explorer, in which we have some folders. We've got the public folder and the source folder, in addition to a bunch of other files here. Now, essentially, how a React project works, there's a couple of core files. Predominantly, it's the index.html, the app.jsx, and the main.jsx. And basically, how React works in general is we write a whole lot of React code. It gets converted to HTML, and it gets rendered inside of this div with the ID of root. Now, when we write React code, we do it using componentry, where componentry allows us to compartmentalize our application. This can save us from writing code repeatedly. Instead, we can just create a component, reuse that same component so we can write it once, use it numerous times, and it also allows us to categorize our application into components of related logic. For example, in our application, if we come inside of the source directory, we can create a new folder called components, and in here we're going to make some components in a second. Now, some other interesting files, we have a package.json. The only interesting things in here are the dependencies. If you have them, we don't need any for our project. In addition to the scripts, we'll be using this developer script here shortly, and we'll see what it does. The readme.md, vite, get ignore, the ESLint, they aren't really that important. The public folder is where we can serve up public assets such as images or font families, and the assets is a very similar folder where we can serve up any related information to our page, which in this project tutorial we don't have to stress about too much. Now, as for these files just here, we have an app.css. That's a style sheet. We have another style sheet. We're actually going to go ahead and delete the app.css. We don't need it. And inside of the app.jsx, we have a whole lot of stuff, and I'll explain exactly how it works as soon as we've removed a whole lot of the information. So we're going to get rid of all this stuff up the top above the function. We're going to get rid of any use state. We'll keep the return statement, and we're going to delete everything within the return statement. So you should end up with a very simple component where in here you have function app. It's a function and it returns these little, they're known as React fragments. At the bottom, you just export a default app. Now, when we talk about components in React, we're talking about functional components. And essentially what a functional component is it's a function. It's got a name. In this case, this one is called app. We can have loads of them and we'll make more soon. The function name is always capitalized, just like the component file name is capitalized. They will always match as well. And in the function, we can have a whole lot of logic, but what we return from the function is known as JSX. For example, in here, I can have a div, which is just standard HTML, and JSX is just HTML, plain old HTML, where we can write JavaScript inside of it. For example, I can use the curly braces and I can have 4x4, and that is JavaScript that will be executed within the HTML. Now that's super special about React because in traditional vanilla web development, you would have to write a whole lot of logic in a separate part of the document and manually update the div to contain 4x4, which is 16. Here we can just write JavaScript straight inside the JSX, also known as the JavaScript friendly HTML. So this is one functional component. This is our biggest parent functional component. Inside of our app is where all the magic is going to happen. We're going to create another component. This one's going to be called to-do input. .jsx is the file extension for React functional components. And in here, we're just going to export a default function called to-do input, just like that. And we're just going to return a div that says to-do input. Super simple. That's our whole React functional component. We'll create another one. This one's going to be called to-do list.jsx. Now, if you're using VS Code, instead of writing out a functional component like we just did, there is a shortcut. If you come to extensions and look up React, you'll see just up here this ES7+. If you install that, that will allow you to come into an empty React component and you can type RFC for React functional component. Hit enter on the top suggestion and boom, you have a React functional component. That is our second component. And then we're going to make one more, and that's going to be called to-do card.jsx. We'll use that little RFC trick once more. And those are our three components that we'll need for this project. While we're configuring everything, we're also going to learn how to add some custom fonts to our project. To do that, we're just going to open up a new browser window and look up Google Fonts. This will also be linked in the description down below. And if you come into Google Fonts, what we're going to do is we're going to look up two fonts. The first one's going to be a font called Inter. You'll just want to select that font, and then over the far hand side, you'll just hit Get Font. That will be added. And then the other one we're going to be needing is called Press Start 2P. It's kind of fun. We'll hit Get Font on there too. And then if you come up to this button that says View Selected Families and click on Get Embedded Code, if we copy this entire link tag right here, we can just hit the copy code and come back into our project directory into the index.html. Just in here, we have the head tags where within these we can add meta information about our page, just like we would with a standard HTML document. So I'm just going to paste those link tags, there's 3 of them, directly in there. And that will allow us to use fonts in our application. While we're in here, we can also change the page title. That's just going to be to-do app, pretty simple. And once again, just coming back to the app, in here, we're going to remove all of this stuff. I'm going to make these main tags because this is going to be the main section of our document. And we can now render out our subcomponents as if they were regular HTML tags. The only difference is that they're capitalized. So I would say to-do input, that's going to come first. This can be a self-closing tag, and then the other one we'll need underneath the to-do input is the to-do list, just like that. And you can see how immediately tidy it is to render out components like this, where we could have a whole lot of HTML, a whole lot of logic in here, and it's just going to look super neat inside of our app.jsx. And we can have everything nicely coordinated inside of our to-do input. Now, we didn't render out the to-do card because that will be within the to-do list. So you can have components within components within components. Now, if we come back to our app, just to finish wrapping up how React actually works, everything inside here, this is our highest level parent component. So all the magic happens within the app. which then itself gets rendered in this main component right here. And the main.jsx file fetches the div in the document with the ID of root and basically just throws all of our React code as HTML inside of there, which is this one right here, the ID root. So everything inside of the app via the main.jsx ends up getting rendered in here inside of our web page. Now, the last thing we're going to do to finish configuring our application before we start coding is come into the index.css and remove everything. Now, because this is not a CSS tutorial, I have gone ahead and pre-styled our application, and you can copy the styles from the GitHub repo, which is linked in the description down below. If you come over to the index.css, all these styles will be available to you and you can use them in your application. Just copy them straight across into the index.css, and via this import statement, they will be added to our application. Also, while you're in the GitHub repo, if you could star it, that would be super appreciated. Anyway, back to our app. We've now configured everything and we're ready to start writing some code. So it's time that we actually boot up our app and see what it looks like. To do that, we're going to have to open up a terminal. You can either do that using the folder options, which should be available to you, or you can use the Command-Shift-P or sometimes Control-Shift-P, and that will open up this window up the top. And if you type in toggle terminal and hit enter, that's going to open up a terminal that we can use to boot up our application. To start it up, we use this script right here, and so we can type npm run dev. And that's not going to do anything because we first have to run npm install all of the node dependencies, everything right here, which is React and React DOM. And then once that's done, we can go ahead and rerun the command npm run dev. And that starts up our application on localhost 5173. So with that open, we can paste that up here. And if we hit enter, we get a nearly blank application. All we have is the components returning the to-do list div and the to-do input div right there. And that's what shows up on our screen. Now, the first component we're going to develop is the to-do input. So the first thing we're going to do to this to-do input is we're actually going to change them to header tags because we don't technically have any other kind of header except for the inputs that we're about to add. Inside of here, we're also going to create an input. This is going to have a placeholder that says enter to do ... and that's a self-closing tag. And after that, we're going to have a button that says add. Pretty straightforward. And if we save that, we see that shows up in our application. I can type stuff in there. Obviously, if I hit add, nothing happens because we haven't wired it up yet, but we can see that it's pretty nice and responsive. The fonts change size as we go over to a smaller screen. So everything is working perfectly. The next thing we're going to do is come over to our to-do list. And in here, what we're going to do is we're going to demonstrate what a to-do would actually look like. So we can declare a variable called let to-dos, and that's going to be equal to an array. Now in here, I could have a couple of to-dos, go to the gym, and then we can comma separate another one that says eat more fruits and veg. And then we could have one more that says pick up the kids from school. Pretty generic. Now, if we wanted to render out this JavaScript on our screen, we can do something really cool in React. It's known as mapping out content. So we can use to-dos and we can use the array method map. And in here, this takes an arrow function. So we very simply have an arrow function. The arguments for the arrow function is the to-do and the to-do index. So that's the index of each to-do. And in here, we can open up this arrow function and we can return. So we're really writing some JavaScript inside of this component, inside of the JSX down here. And we can return another div. So it's super simple. And actually, it would make more semantic sense to make this an unordered list. So we'll change those to ULs. And in here, we'll make each item a list item. Now, the reason we use a map is because we can write HTML or JSX once and have it be applied to every element in this list. So it's super efficient. So in here, for example, I could just return the to-do, and that's going to create this list item for every to-do in our list, so all three of them. Now, the one thing to know about mapping out content like this is the parent element has to have a unique key, which is why I like to get the index, because the index of each element in the array is always unique. So if I save that, we can see we get these three items showing up on our screen, just as we would want them. Now, the other thing we're going to do is give this unordered list a class of main. We're going to save that, and I'm actually going to come back over to the app quickly, and I'm going to change these mains just to be empty fragments, and we can think of this as just empty divs. So with that all done, we've now created some to-do items. If we come back over to our page, they still don't look quite so hot flash, and that's because we also have to add a class name. Now, this is important. In normal HTML, we would just have a class. In React, it's always class name. And so here we're going to have a class of to-do item, and now we can see we have our to-dos coming out all nice and neat. Now, they should also have some icons down the far end, and if we want to add some cool icons to our React app, we're going to come over to the Font Awesome 6.0 CDN on Google, once again linked in the description down below. We're going to select this top link tag right there, and we're going to come back into our index.html underneath all the links we pasted there before inside of the head tags, and just hit enter and paste that in there too. Then we can close that file, and that will allow us to come over to fontawesome.com, and we can use their awesome icon sets. For example, we can look up a icon for editing. If we come over to their icon set and hit the free ones, we can copy this pen to square or this pen to square, this light one. If we click on that, we can then click on the class, the icon class down here, and we can come back into our to-do list right here where we have this unordered list. And what I can now do is hit enter in here, and I could paste that in just like that. And if we come back to our application, we can see we have this little edit icon. So that's super cool. Now, one thing we said we were going to do earlier was actually have a to-do card, and we are still going to stick to that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this list item, and in here I'm going to instead render out the to-do card. And in this case, I'm going to make sure it has an opening and closing tag, and we still have to give it the unique key, so that's going to be to-do index, and we can open that up just like that. Now, that obviously makes everything go away and be replaced with our to-do card, but if we come into our to-do card component, we can now paste our contents in here once again. We can remove the to-do index, the key, and we're also actually going to remove the to-do itself. We can keep the icon. For the icon, we're going to create a secondary div with a class name equal to actions container. That's going to have our icon. We also have to make sure that the icon has a class name. We're going to have a secondary icon for trash because we need to have a way of deleting them. So I'm just going to select this one, copy it, paste it underneath the edit icon, just like so. And lastly, update that class to be class name. But now if I come back into our app, we can see we only have these two icons and they don't actually do anything. But even more important than that, we don't actually have the to-do text showing up. So what we're going to do is we're going to render out a paragraph, pretty straightforward, inside of the to-do card opening and closing tags. So back inside of our to-do list, we're going to have a paragraph that contains our to-do. To have the JavaScript inside of our JSX, we wrap it inside of the curly parentheses. Now we can go ahead and save that. We have our to-do card parent elements, and we have the child element, which is the paragraph. Now note that still doesn't come up on our screen, and that's because with components, to render out the children contents within the component, we have to come into said components, and we receive the children via what's known as the props or the properties of the component. From there, we can destructure children out from the props or from the properties. That's going to give us access to all of the children elements, and then we can simply render out the children using, once again, the curly braces. And that's going to render out this paragraph, whatever it may be. And now we can see we have it showing up on our screen. So that's super cool. We're rendering out a bunch of to-dos. These buttons still don't work, and obviously if I hit add, nothing happens, but that's what we're going to focus on next. So to manage all of our to-dos, we're going to have this list or some form of list. Now, one thing you have to know about components in React is that there is a communication structure that only goes down. So if you have two components at the same level within the parent component, and they both need access to the same item, for example, the same to-do list, then you have to define that to-do list in the parent elements. So both my to-do list and the to-do input need access to the actual to-do list. So I'm going to have to define it in the parent component. So I can say let to-dos inside of my main app. And from here, what I can do is I can say to-do input, you can have access to the to-do list, and the to-do list can have access to the actual to-do list, all via what's known as props, but a different form of props, not just the children. So what we can also do, for example, is we can pass in attributes to our component tags pretty simply by saying to-dos, just like we'd set a normal HTML to-do. But now if we have a JavaScript value, we now use the curly parentheses. And in here, I would say to-dos equal to-dos. And then if I come into my to-do list, I can receive the properties, which contains both the children and the attributes. And just like I destructured out the children property, I can also destructure out whatever it was I named that prop. So here I named it to-dos, so I can destructure out to-dos from props. We can use the destructuring syntax. Now we can see we once again have access to the to-do list inside of the to-do list component, but now we could also access it inside of the to-do input. For example, I could say to-dos is equal to to-dos, like so, and now we could access that in there. Now we're not actually going to do that. We're going to do something slightly differently and use React state. Now the way to think about state is it's essentially in React, sometimes we use ordinary variables like we have here, and other times we use stateful variables, React stateful variables. And the way to differentiate the two is whenever you're defining a variable that a user is going to interact with, for example, a list that we're going to modify via user interaction in our web page, then you'll want to define it as a stateful variable. And that's super easy to do. All we do is we say const like we always do when we define a variable, except now we use the square parentheses, and in here we pass in the name of the variable, so to-dos, just like we have up here, except we have a second value in this array. We have a setter function that's used to update the value of that variable. We can't just modify it as we would a normal variable. And the way that we define this setter function is it's set plus the name of the actual variable. So if the variable is called to-dos, our setter function is just called set to-dos. And we can just say that's equal to use state. That's something that we'll have to import up the top. So we import use state up the top of our component. And in here, we call use state as a function, and you can pass in no arguments and it can have a null default value. But since we know our data type is going to be an array, we can pass in an empty array as the default value, or even for the minute, we could pass in these three array items, and that could be our default. Since we've already defined that variable, I'll have to delete the other instance of it. And just like that, if I refresh the page, we can see everything still works exactly the same, except now we have a stateful variable that we can interact with. So we're going to, inside of our to-do input, need to update the value of to-dos using the set-to-dos function. But what I like to do is create a function that's used to handle update to-dos, or even better, I might actually call it handle add to-dos. And in here, this function is going to expect a new to-do, and I'm going to create a new array. It's going to be called new to-do list, and that's equal to an array. And inside of here, I'm going to spread out the old to-dos, and I'm going to bang on the new to-do on the end, and then I'm going to call the set to-dos function and just pass in the new to-do list, and that's going to update the to-do list, and everything is going to be interactive. Now, the main reason we have to follow this state syntax is because wired into it is repainting the DOM. When the state changes, the DOM or the web page is repainted, it's updated to match the new values. If we use the original variable, the web page isn't listening for changes, and so it would just stay the same, even though the JavaScript might have changed. So if we instead use state, anytime we change the state, the screen will be updated to represent the new stateful variable. So now that we've created this function, we can go ahead and pass that down as an attribute prop to our input to-dos, like so. We can receive it from within the to-do input list, so we can tell our functional component that it needs to expect the props, and in here we can just destructure out that function from the props. And then what we can do is we can assign it to the button. We can say on click. We can have an on click event, and in here we can pass in an arrow function, and we can call handle add to-dos with the current to-do value. Now currently to-do value doesn't exist, and so we have to create a variable whose value is binded to this input right here, so that when we type in this to-do entry, the variable, the stateful variable, because it's an interactive element, is being updated, and then when we handle add to-dos, it gets passed to the list via this function. So we can once ahead go and define that. We can say const to-do value and set to-do value is equal to use state. And this is going to have an empty string as a default value. So that's pretty straightforward. Now what we can do is we can bind the value to the input. We can say value is equal to do value. And we can also add an onChange event. Now the onChange event listens for changes, and whenever the value of the input changes, it calls this function that receives an event. And in here we can call the set to do value function, and we can pass in e.target.value, which is the new text that gets entered into our to do input. So just with those few lines of code, we have wired up our to-do list. And now if I type stuff in here and hit add, we can see it miraculously gets updated in the to-do list state, and the screen automatically gets updated. So it's so easy to make our web pages interactive. That also means we can get rid of these default values and just leave it as an empty array. So that's pretty cool. And in here, I could say, go to the gym, hit add. And the one thing we want to change is note how this value sticks around. What we can do now is if we come into the to-do input, when we click this button and we handle add to-dos, we can also just call the set to do value and pass in an empty string, and that will reset it to its original value. So now if I hit ×2, new input right there, and hit add, we can see the input resets. So that's all of our add logic done. The next thing we have to do is add the edit and delete logic. And the way that we're going to do that is by defining the functions in here. I'm going to define a function called handle delete to do, very simple. And all this is going to need is an index. And I'm also going to define a function called handle edit to do. And that's also going to have an index. Now we can start off with the handle delete to do because that's very simple. All we do is we say const new to-do list is equal to the current to-dos dot filter. Now the filtering method takes an arrow function, and in here we can get the to-do and we can get the to-do index of that item, and we can return whether or not we want the particular element to be saved to the new array. Basically, if the to-do index is not equal to the index, then it's allowed to stay in the array. So all we do is we pass in the index of the to-do we want to remove, and as long as the to-do index of the entries that we filter over is not equal to that dreaded index, it can stay in the new array. Once we have that new filtered array, we can simply call the set to-dos function and pass in the new to-do list. We can't modify to-dos directly. We have to do it via the set to-dos function. And if I go ahead and save that, we can see the delete still doesn't work, and that's because we now have to assign it to these buttons over here. So we can just take the function, the buttons are within the to-do list, so we can pass in the function as a prop, handle to do, that's the name of the prop, that's the value assigned to the prop, and we can expect that now within our to-do list, so we can destructure that out of our props, like so. That's pretty straightforward, but we actually need it inside the to-do card. So if we want to pass props through multiple components, what we can actually do is use the curly parentheses where we would normally add a new prop to a subcomponent, and we can just spread out all the props that this component actually received. So this is just going to send the props straight down directly through the to-do list from the app into the to-do card. So now inside of the to-do card, we can expect to receive the function which is called handle delete to do. So we can destructure that out. Now the other thing we need to do is pop these icons inside buttons. That's pretty important. Like so, we'll just create another button. Now they look a bit more like icons. They have a slight opacity change, and we can simply assign that function to this delete button. We can say on click, we pass in an arrow function, and we call the delete function. Now the one thing we need for this function is the index, and the index is available within the to-do list. Here we have the index of each to-do being mapped out. We can once again pass that down. We can say index is equal to to-do index, and then we can just receive the index inside of the to-do card like so, and we can now pass that into the function. So now what happens is when I click this function right here, it deletes the to-do. I could say go to the shops, add that to-do, add another one, ASD. Even if I delete the first one, the order is retained and only the element with the index that we want to delete is removed from the list. Now the last functionality we need to add is the edit to-do, and this one's slightly more complicated. And the way that we're going to do it is we're actually going to delete the to-do, but before we do, we're going to take its current value and put it into our editing field so that we can modify it and re-add it back to our list. Now the one complicated thing about this is that the value for this input right here is within to-do input. And since to-do input is at the same level as our to-do list, that means that our to-do list doesn't have access to the value for our to-do input. And that just means that we have to declare that state in the parent component that they both share, which is in our app directory. So just in here, I'm going to reinitialize our state inside of the app, and I'm now going to pass down both those values to the to-do input so that we can still access them as normal, but now note that our to-do list also gets access to them. So here I just pass in the set to-do value is equal to set to-do value. And now if we come back into the to-do input, we can just destructure out to-do value and set to-do value. So this will work exactly the same. That still works. Our add still works, except now, since we have access to the to-do value and the set to-do value, we can make use of them in our handle edit to-do function. So now that we have access to both of these values, we can say value to be edited is equal to the to-dos, the to-do list at the current index that we're going to edit. And then what we can do is we can say set to-do value, that's the value in the input, to the value to be edited. So that's going to put that in there, and then we can just delete the current instance of it because we're going to remake it. So we could just call handle delete to do, and we could pass in the index, and it's literally that simple. So now we just take this function, we need to pass it in as a prop to our to-do list. We then don't have to touch our to-do list because it automatically gets passed down to our to-do card via the props. So we can come into the to-do card, we can destructure out that handle edit to do, and all we do is we assign it to this function, to this button in the exact same way. We say on click, pass in an arrow function, and we just call handle edit to do and pass in the index. And just like that, with that wiring, if we come in here and start writing, I can add that. I could then edit this first value. The entry gets deleted from the list, but in here I can now edit it. I can say ×2. I could then edit this first one. I could say ×3, add that back. We can delete them, and we have what is nearly a fully functional to-do list. However, if we refresh the page, we see everything is lost. So that's the next thing we have to resolve. And we can handle that in React using local storage. We can persist our to-dos at all times to the local storage and then just read them in when we load the web page. Now to listen to those kind of events in React, we use a different React hook. Instead of use state, we use effect. Now use effect takes a dependency array we'll see shortly that will essentially listen to different events and run code based on when those events happen. So just above the return, what we're going to do is we're going to say use effect. This is called as a function, and it takes in both an arrow function like so, and then a square brackets, which is the dependency array. Now, if you want it to listen to the change of a variable, you would pass in the variable. So if I wanted it to run this code whenever to-dos changed, I'd pass in to-dos. If I want it to run on page load, then we just leave that empty. It's an empty array. And in here I can say if not local storage, because we have to check if local storage exists, then I can return out. If that doesn't happen, then local storage does exist. And so I could say let local to-dos equal to local storage dot get item, and we could just say to-dos, and then we can see if it's existed before. So we can say if local to-dos, if this doesn't exist, it returns undefined. So if local to-dos does in fact exist, then we can override it. We can say local to-dos is equal to json.pass. We have to pass the local storage value, pass in local to-dos, and we can just access to-dos. Pretty straightforward. And actually what I'm going to do is instead invert this. So I'm going to say if not local to-dos, And in here, what I'm going to do is have another guard clause and then just move this down the bottom. So if local to-dos does in fact exist, then I'm just going to set to-dos equal to local to-dos. Pretty straightforward. Because the dependency array right here is empty, this will run whenever the page reloads, so after a refresh. And now that we have this function that will read all of our to-dos, all we need to do is whenever we edit or handle or add is just write a small function that says persist. So we could define a function persist data, and all that does is it says local storage.set item. It sets it to the key to-dos, and in here it's json.stringify. We have to stringify the to-dos inside of an object using the object literal syntax. And what I'm actually going to do is assign new list to to-dos, just so that we can ensure that the new data is always used. So I'm going to pass in new list as an argument, and then what we can do is we can say whenever we set it, we can say persist data, and we can pass in the new to-do list which has just been generated. So just in here I can copy that. I can do this the same there as well, and that should just about do it for us. So now if I type in ASD, refresh that page, we can see that's persisted. If I do it again, hit add and edit the first one, so that says ×2, refresh the page, that is all persisted as well. And just like that, we have demonstrated how we can have full functionality within our React application. We've learned all about props, state, components, JSX, the folder directory, and much, much more. Now it's time to actually deploy our application. So to deploy our applications, we need to push our code to GitHub. If you haven't done this before, there's a guide for it linked in the description down below, and it will tell you to install the GitHub desktop application. Once you've installed it and opened it up, it should look like this, and you'll have to connect it with your GitHub account. And all we do is we come over here, we hit add existing repo, we choose the repo, and we just select our folder, hit open, and then you hit create a repository here. We'll initialize it with a readme. We'll say crud to do app with React.JS. Pretty straightforward. That's the description. And then we can hit create repo. That's going to create a GitHub repo here. Then we just hit publish. I'm going to make this code public and send this off to GitHub because we're going to deploy our code from GitHub. Now that that's all done, we can come over to a site called netlify.com. You'll want to log in and create an account. I log in using my GitHub account. And then once we're logged in, we can hit add new site. In here we say import from an existing project, and here you can see the GitHub logo. We're going to say deploy with GitHub. That's going to ask you to authenticate your account with GitHub. Once that's all done, it will bring up all of your projects. You may not see your repo here. We can scroll down and hit configure the Netlify app on GitHub. Once again, that's going to ask you to come over to the Netlify settings. And then if you scroll down to the bottom, you'll see this select repositories. And then if you type in here, React.JS to-do list, just like that, that will show up. We can now save that. That will take us back over to Netlify. And now if I look up React.JS, it finds it right here. We can just click like that. Super simple. It will recognize it as a React project, and we can hit deploy React.js to-do list. That's going to go ahead and deploy the project for us. While it does that, we're going to come into domain management. This is the default domain that you get assigned. We're going to hit options and edit site name, and we're just going to call it React.js to-dos, like so. You can give it a custom domain name. That's already taken. Let's do to-dos with 2 S's. And now, assuming that the app is fully configured, if I click on that, we can see we have our functional to-dos. It totally works. We can refresh the page, the data is persisted, and this is a link we could now share with absolutely anyone. Put it on your portfolio, Bob's your uncle. And just like that, you have a fully functional React application on the internet. We've demonstrated all the fundamental and core concepts of React that you need to go and build much, much bigger applications. It's all just everything we've demonstrated in this app on a slightly bigger scale. If you've enjoyed the project, don't forget to smash the like and subscribe buttons. If you want to post this on a social media, be sure to tag me. I'd love to see your guys' progress, and I'll catch you guys in the next video. Peace. What's good, team, and welcome to today's very exciting React tutorial where we're going to use the NASA API to build out this astronomy picture of the day project. Basically how it works is when we reload the page, we access the NASA API via our React project and we display it on our screen. Now there's a few cool things about this project. Firstly, it's totally responsive. We have the name of the image, and if we click on the information icon down in the bottom corner, we get a nice little modal show up, kind of in a museum style. It has the name of the picture, the date it was taken, and a full explanation of the image. So that's super exciting. We also have a nice little button down the bottom that will hide the menu. And that's obviously what it looks like on a bigger screen. It looks great. But if we come down onto a smaller screen, everything is super responsive. And now if we open up the nav menu, it becomes a modal overlay. So we can still read through everything. We can either click the button down in the bottom left-hand corner to close the project, or we can click on this background overlay in the side, and that will also close it and bring it back to this project. So obviously this React tutorial will teach you how to fetch data from an API. We'll also learn how to style out React applications, and even cooler than that, we also learn how to cache information in a React project so that you don't hit your rate limits or incur any costs when you fetch data from APIs in future. It makes your application super efficient. Now, you don't need any React knowledge to complete this tutorial. It does help if you know a little bit about HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. If you don't, there are some tutorials linked in the description down below that might be of use, but everything is completely beginner friendly. I'll explain everything that we do, and at the end of the video, we'll even deploy the project live to the internet, learn how we can get a unique URL for this website. Here you can see mine just here, which means that your project has a link that you could share with your family, your friends, even prospective employers. We'll also upload the code to GitHub so that you can show it off to everyone. And all around, it's just an absolutely awesome project. As always, if you don't immediately smash the like and subscribe buttons, Doug is going to curse you with bad websites for 7 years. And with that all said, let's dive into the code. All right, it's time to dive into the code. And for this tutorial, there's two applications we'll need installed on our computer. The first one is Visual Studio Code. As you can see, I have a window open here. And the second one is Node.js. Now, if you don't have either of those installed on your device, you can find a guide to install them linked in the description down below. It's super easy to follow along and it should only take a minute. Now, with these installed, we're going to start off by initializing our React project with Vite, where Vite is just a build tool that aims to provide a faster and leaner development experience for React or web projects. Now, if we scroll down on the documentation, we can see there's some instructions that we can copy into a terminal. And to open up a terminal, we can come into VS Code. And if we type Control-Shift-P, you will then get a search bar where you can find toggle terminal. Equally, you can open the terminal from the folder options, and we see a terminal pops up down the bottom. Now, what we'll want to do is cd into the appropriate directory. So for me, it's GitHub2, CD stands for change directory, and this is where I create all of my projects. So once in that directory, what I can now do is type in these installation instructions for React. So it's npm create vite at latest, just like that. Now, if we type a space after that, we can name our application, and I'm going to call mine NASA React app. Very simple. And you'll want to use dashes instead of spaces for your project names. Now, if we hit enter on that, Vite is going to configure our project. So it's going to ask us to select a framework. We want the React framework. We're going to just use JavaScript. And just like that, our project is created. And now we can select the open option in the menu up here. We can find our projects directory, and we can just select that folder and click on open. Now we have a React project installed on our computer that we can go crazy with. Now, just to quickly run over what we have here, there's a whole lot of files. Basically, we have a Vite config file. We're not going to touch that. We have a README. You could go ahead and write a nice README document for this project using the Markdown language. We have a package.json, which is where we have all our scripts, all of our dependencies. It's a lot of fun. We shouldn't really have to touch this one too much. We have an index.html. Now, this is just some blank HTML boilerplate code. The interesting thing about this document is if we come into the body, normally that's where all the content on the page is found. And here we have a div that has an ID of root, and we have a script. and the script is the main.jsx located within the source directory. If we open up the source directory, there's a whole lot of files in here. React, when you first install it with Vite, comes with a pre-configured project. So we're going to clear all of that so we have a blank slate to develop on. And basically how React works is we have our app.jsx. This is a React file, a React component. It's our app component. We'll learn more about components shortly. And basically we can have subcomponents, and anything that we write out in here, this main.jsx, this is more of a JavaScript file. It reads in the app component, and then what it does is it selects that div with the ID of root that we found in the index.html, and it basically injects all of our React code into that div, which then gets shown on the screen. So we don't really have to touch this file. It's good just to understand how it works. So what we could go ahead and do is actually open up a terminal once again, and we could go ahead and run the npm run dev command, ensuring that you're in the project directory. And if I hit enter on that, that does nothing, and that's because first we have to run npm install. Now this command, the npm install command, just installs all of the packages specified within our package.json that our React application is dependent on. So with that installed, we can go ahead and run the npm run dev. That basically just selects this dev script inside of our package.json and executes it, and that will boot up our project. Here we can see our project is started up on localhost 5174. I can go ahead and copy and paste that into my browser, and now we can see the default boilerplate code that comes when you Vite install a project. So that's kind of fun. It's a reactive app, and it tells us that we can edit the app.jsx and save to test basically the React functionality, and that we have a working app. So with that all done, I went ahead and closed the package.json, and our project is now up and running. Now we're going to go ahead and delete some code. I'm going to delete the app.css. I'm going to come into the app.jsx file. This is our home, our hub file. I'm going to remove all of the code from in here, except for the functional app component and the return statement. So what we'll end up with is literally just a function that's called app, and it returns what's known as React fragments, which is JSX. Now, if you're not familiar with React, basically how it works is we build a project out of components where a component is a sub-portion of related logic. The components are functional components, which means that every component is a function, and the functions return what's known as JSX, which is basically just HTML that allows JavaScript to be written directly into it. For example, just in here, now we have a completely blank application, but if I come into here and if I write some keys, we can see that now shows up on our screen. And now if I wanted to write 8 times 4, for example, that evaluates to 32. However, that still comes out as text on our screen. But if I wanted to make it JavaScript interactive, I could wrap it inside of the curly parentheses, and now that evaluates inside of the HTML that is returned from the functional component. So the moral of the story is that React allows us to write very dynamic, interactive web applications where you can just insert JavaScript straight into the HTML, which is much harder to do with plain old vanilla HTML and CSS. Now for this project, we're down to the boilerplate code, and if we come into the index.css, in here we can see we have a lot of boilerplate code as well. I'm actually going to leave this, and the other thing that's worth mentioning at this moment is that if you have any questions throughout the tutorial, you're always welcome to post them in the Discord channel, and either myself or someone else will help you work through them. And likewise, if you want to check out the GitHub repo that contains my code to compare yours to, that is also linked in the description down below. While you're there, if you start the repo, that would be super appreciated too. So the first thing we're going to do in our project is inside of the source directory, we're going to create a folder called components. And this is going to have all of our component logic. And the main components we're going to have, one is going to be a main.jsx. And in here, what we can do is we can write export default function main, just as we would a normal function. And then we're going to return, and as per usual, it just returns an empty div. And this is the bare bones logic for a functional component. The next one we're going to create is a footer.jsx component. We're going to once again export a default function called footer, one thing to know about React components is that they normally are capitalized and they match the file name. And here we can once again return some logic, some HTML or JSX, except this time we're going to return the footer component. And then the third component we're going to create is basically a sidebar. Now this will be an optional modal as well, but what we're just going to do is once again write export default function, and that's going to be sidebar, like so, and likewise we can just return the empty div, so that's pretty straightforward. So just like that, we have all of the components for our project. Now what we're going to do is come into the main, and in here, what we can do is we can render them out onto the screen. Now, if I save that and we come back over to our document, we can see that it's totally still blank. So we've created these components, but nothing's showing up. If I just have some text in the main one to demonstrate a point, we can see that none of that still comes up on the screen. And so what we have to do if we want to render components inside of our project is we have to actually render them within the app. Now you can have components within components as long as at the top level they are rendered out within the app. That's absolutely fine. And the way that we do that is we basically write out a component as if it were a regular HTML tag or element. For example, I can render out the main, ensuring that the name of the component just here matches the function that you export from the file. So now we can render out the main. Beneath that, I'm going to have the footer component. Now these are self-closing components, they don't have to be. And then above that, I'm going to have the sidebar. And just to demonstrate a point, I'm going to give this one a closing tag, and we can have some text in there. Now, if I save that, we can see that the ASD shows up, and that's just from our main. So we can see that, this is working correctly. If I change the text, it changes on our page. So we have successfully rendered these components on the page. So now that we've done that, what we're going to do to build out this project is we're going to first develop everything using some fake data that we don't have to fetch from the internet, that's just local to our computer. Then we can make our application look pretty. And then the last thing we're going to do is swap out the fake data for real data from the NASA API, which is going to be absolutely awesome. And the API we're going to be using is APOD, which is Astronomy Picture of the Day. And so here's an example. And so this is what's going to come up on our screen. But for the minute, the image that we're going to use in this project, I have saved locally, and I'm just going to copy it across into our public folder. I generated this myself, and you can download this. If you go over to the GitHub repo and look inside of the public directory in that source code, you can download the mars.png file and save it to your public directory on your computer. Once again, when you're in the GitHub, if you could start the repo, that would be super appreciated. And now that we have the image installed, we can actually go ahead and render that out inside of the main component. So in here, I can have an image tag. It can have a source equal to mars.png. We can give it an alt tag, which is a description of what the image is. And that can be called Mars demo picture, like so. And that's a self-closing tag. And now if we come back into our application, we see we have this HD Mars picture. Now, obviously it looks atrocious for the minute, but we will resolve that shortly. The next component we're going to have a fiddle with is the footer. So what the footer is going to do is we're going to have a div, and in here we're going to have an h2 tag, and this is going to name the picture. This could be called the brutal Martian landscape. That could be the title for the picture. That currently will show up down the bottom of our page. And what we're also going to do is have an h1 underneath that, and this is going to say APOD project, and this is going to be the title of our application. So now we can see APOD project also shows up down the bottom, but we'll make this look much prettier momentarily. Now at the other end of the div, we're going to have a button, and this is going to be a special button. And in here, we're going to have an icon, and it's going to be the information icon. Now what we're going to do is we're going to come over to the Font Awesome 6.0 CDN. This will be linked in the description down below. If we Google that, you will find this website, and we're going to click on this link tag in the top CDN package. We're going to copy that link tag, and we're going to come into our project, into the index.html, and inside of these head tags, underneath the title, we're going to paste in that link tag. Now what that link tag is going to do is it's going to allow us to use the font awesome icon set in our project. And while we're in here, we're also going to rename the title of our website to apod. If we come over to the footer, we can see what we called it. You could probably be a bit more creative with that. And if we update that title, we can see that our title of the website up here also changes to apod project. Now that we've installed that, what we can do is we can come over to fontawesome.com and we can look up the icon set. We can go to info, we can search info, and if we filter by free icons, we'll find the circle info icon right here. If we click on that, what you can do is you can come down and you can look for this icon right here. Don't worry about selecting the React one, just the plain old HTML. And we can copy that code snippet and we can paste it inside of our button. Now, one thing to know about React is that you can't use class or the class attribute. It has to be class name. We'll see more of that when we style our project, but also when specifying the icons. And we can see if that has worked. If we come back into our project, we now have that icon right there. So we're making some good progress. The next section that we have to look at is the sidebar. Now the sidebar is going to have a div, and the div is going to have a dark background color, but we'll do that shortly. And in here, we're going to have an H2. That is once again going to say the name of the image, and that is going to be the brutal Martian landscape, keeping in mind that we'll come back and change all of this information later. Then what we're going to do is we're going to have a div, and this is going to have a p tag that says description. And in here we can have another p tag, and this is going to have a whole lot of text about the picture that we're looking at in particular, but we'll come back and fill that out later. For the minute, that should do. So if we come back to our website, it's obviously looking pretty appalling. We've got a massively oversized image. We've got something up the top that doesn't really make sense, and it's time to get to some styling. The first thing we're going to style is actually the body of our document, or specifically the div with the ID of root. And so if we come back into our index, we're first going to get rid of some styles in here. I'm going to get rid of everything within the media query. We're going to delete that. I'm going to get rid of everything that it has on buttons and H1 text. And the body as well, we'll get rid of all of that. We'll get rid of the stuff on the anchor tag. And it looks like we're just keeping the root of the document. So that's absolutely fine. After that, what we're going to do is we're going to select the div with the ID of root to style. Now we can select elements inside of our CSS sheet to style using the pound if we're trying to select them by the ID, and then we just specify the ID. Now the styles I'm going to give this component is we're first off going to give it a minimum height. Now the min height is going to be 100% of the view height. We're also going to give it a display of flex. Now the display of flex is going to reorder everything so that we have the description first and then the image. Now that's almost correct. What we're going to do is we're going to come into the app and we're going to have the main first and the sidebar second. So now if we come across, we have the description on the side and then we've got all this other stuff on the end. The other thing I'm going to do is come back into the index.css and I'm going to change the background color to 030615. That should be a hash or a hex code, 030615, like that. So that's going to be our new background color. And then the next element we're going to style is actually the image. Now the image itself, we can actually return that directly from the main with nothing else inside, and that doesn't need to be wrapped within any div tags. And we're going to give this a class of background image just like that. Now that's actually a class name, not just a class, and we can come into the index.css and select this element to style. We can give it a width of 100%, a height of 100%. We're going to give it a flex value of 1, and we're going to give it an object fit of cover. Now what this is going to do is it's going to make it look slightly more aesthetic on our page and a much better size, and it should also be a little bit responsive. It's not quite, but we'll get to that shortly. And then what I'm also going to do inside of the index.css is create the asterisk selector. Now this selects everything on our page, and I'm going to give it a padding of 0, a margin of 0, and also a box sizing of border box. If we go ahead and save that, we can now see that everything sits flush with the edges of our container, which is just the way that we want it to. Now, as much as I said before that the main won't need a div, I think I changed my mind on that. So we're going to create a div and wrap the image, and that's going to now have a class equal to image container. And what we can do now is we can come back into the index.css, and just above the background image, we can select the image container, and we can give that a display of flex and a flex direction of column. Now, if we take a look at what that looks like on our screen, our image is now much more responsive and sits within the boundary of the container and resizes appropriately, which is just how we want it to. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to come to the footer. Now the footer, we can style that in here, and we can select the footer tag just by using the tag, because we're not selecting it by the ID of the class. And that reminds me, the other thing we'll need to do is come up to our hashtag root and give this a display of relative. If the parent root has a display of relative, we can now give the footer a display of fixed. Now it's going to have a fixed display, which means that it's positioned out of the relative context of the page. So we have to specify where it sits directly. So we're going to give it a bottom of 0. So that will hold it to the bottom, and we're going to give it a left of 0. And we're also going to give it a width of 100% of the parent. So if I save that and refresh the page, we can see that nothing has changed. And that's because that shouldn't be display, that should be a position. That was my bad. Let's just go ahead and remove that. A position of fixed. And now we can see that that shows up down the bottom right here, which is where we want it. And what we're also going to do is give it a display of flex. We're going to say align items center, and we can also say a gap of 1 rem, and above the gap we'll also just justify the content space between. And what that's going to do is that's going to push the icon down under my face over here, so we can see the icon on the very far side, which is just where we want it. And now the other thing we're going to do is we're going to come back into the footer, and we're actually going to create a div just here, and this is going to have a class of background gradient, just like that. And we can now come into the index.css, and we can select the background gradient class. And this is going to have a position of absolute. It's going to have a inset of 0, which means that it's going to expand to the full width of the parent container, which is the footer. And it's going to have a z index of -1, which means that it's going to be layered behind everything else. And we're going to give it a background, which is going to be a linear gradient to the top, and it's going to go from hashtag 030615 to an RGBA value of 25525525550. So it's completely transparent. And what that's going to do is it's just going to create a slight gradient color on the bottom that we can see right here to make sure that the text is slightly more readable. And what we're also going to do is just come up to the root, and we're going to change the color so that it's just a pure white. And I think we can get rid of the color scheme that's directly above it. So if we now save that, our text is white, we have that slight background gradient, and everything looks great. So now it's time to style our sidebar, and for that I'm going to give this div a class of sidebar. Now this one's going to be an interesting element, as the styles are going to be dependent on the width of the page. And the first thing I'm going to do is create a div at the top of the sidebar, and this one's going to be called background overlay. And then what I'm going to do is actually have another div inside of here that's going to contain all the contents, and this is going to have a class of sidebar contents, just like so. And now what that allows us to do is we can come into our index.css, and we're first going to style out this section right here as if it were on a mobile display. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to target the sidebar, and I'm going to give it a position of, once again, fixed. Now the inset of that is going to be 0, which means that it extends to the exterior of the entire page, and we can see that it's directly overlaid on the content. Now I'm also going to give it a display of flex, a flex direction of column, like so. So now it should come down on the page. And now what we can do is we can select the background overlay. Now the background overlay, this is going to have a position of absolute. We can once again give it an inset of 0, and this one is going to have a background of our standard color 030615, the hex code. If we save that, we can see that extends to the total page, and what we're going to do now is give this an opacity of 0.4, maybe 0.6, I think. And now we can see that's absolutely everywhere. We actually want the sidebar to sit above this footer text down here. So I'm going to come up to this sidebar just here, and I'm going to give this a Z index of 10. Now it sits on top of those elements. And what we're going to do is we're going to select the sidebar content now. Was that sidebar contents? I think it might have been sidebar contents. And we're going to give this a Z index of 15 so that it sits even higher. It's going to need a position of relative. And it's going to have a display of flex, a height of 80%, a width of 90%. We're going to give it a maximum height of 600 pixels. We'll also give it a maximum width of 800 pixels. And we'll give it a margin of auto. So now we can see that content comes up on top of our background overlay. And what I'll also do is give it a background color of our standard amount, 030615. And now that's completely opaque on our screen. I think I'll change the max height to be pixels. And one thing I'm actually going to change my mind about is I'm going to make the height 100% and I'm going to remove the maximum height. I'm going to make the width 90% and keep the max width, but what I'll do is I'll actually make it a margin left of auto, and what that's going to do is it's going to sit this to the right hand side of our page, and that's going to leave the little area out the side here. Now obviously on this size screen it looks a little bit odd, but we'll see how this works shortly. The other thing I'm going to do for the contents is we gave it a display. I'm going to give it a flex direction of column, a gap of 1 rem, and a padding also of 1 rem. So now everything sits vertical. Then we've got the description, and I'm also going to give it an overflow Y of scroll. So that's pretty cool. The last thing I'm going to do is come in here, and underneath all the section inside of the sidebar contents, I'm going to give a button down the bottom, and this is going to have a font awesome icon, and the icon is going to be the right hand arrow. I think that we want the right skinny arrow, so we're just going to copy that into the project, paste that in there, making sure that we change that to a class name. Now this is going to be used to close this sidebar. Obviously it looks terrible, but we will fix that shortly. And we want it to sit down the very bottom. So if we come to the sidebar contents, what we can do is we can target the sidebar contents and select the div within, which is going to contain all the paragraph text. And we can just give that a flex of 1, and that's going to shoot our arrow down to the very bottom. Now, if we wanted to select the button, we can target the sidebar contents and access the button within that. And we can give that a background of transparent, a color of white, borders of none, outline of none as well. And we also want to give it a margin right of auto, and that will set it at the left hand side down the bottom, just where we want it. Now that was the mobile display. We can make this responsive for a big screen display by adding in a media query. And we do that by having the @media, and in here we can specify the width at which we want the large screen displays to apply. And we do that by adding a min width, and I'm going to do it at the 640 pixel breakpoint. And now that we have our media query, I'm also just going to change the width to be 80%. And inside here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to target the sidebar, and I'm also going to target the sidebar contents. And these are styles that are going to apply when we exceed this minimum width criteria. Now inside of the sidebar, we're going to change the position from being fixed to relative so that it will sit in the context of the page. We're going to set the inset to unset, so we're going to unset the inset, and we're going to give it a minimum width of 30% of the view width. And for the sidebar contents, we're just going to give that a margin of unset. Now, if we go ahead and save that, that's going to mean that we have our image over here. We've got our nice little description on the side. That all looks very good. And what I'm also going to do is give this a box shadow of 0, 0, 10 pixels, 10 pixels, hashtag 030615. And what that's going to do is it's going to create this shadow overlay. Obviously that looks pretty shocking, so let's change the blur to a 1. And the final values we're going to go with in there is a 0, 0 for the directions and a 40 and a 1 pixel shadow, so that it just looks a little bit nicer with the image in the background. And so now if we resize our page, basically on the smaller screen it comes up as this complete overlay. When we hit the 640 pixel display width, what happens is it just sits on the side. Now the next thing we have to do is actually make it so that this element right here is conditionally displayed, and it's time for some proper React code. So if we come into the app component, what we can do is define a state. Now a state is just a variable, just a regular variable, except in React it's used for managing interactivity. And the way that we define it is we say const, and then we use the square parentheses, and in here we define the variable. So the variable is called show modal. And then if we comma separate it, we have a second element in the array, and this is a function that we use to set the value of the variable. So typically the way we define or name that function is it's just set and then the name of the variable. So in this case it's going to be set show modal, and that's going to be equal to use state. We have to make sure that we import the hook up the top of our page, just up there, and then if we optionally provide a default value inside of the circular parentheses, in this case, the default value is going to be false. And what that allows us to do is if we wrap the sidebar inside of these curly parentheses and then the circular parentheses, we can conditionally render it. So we can say show modal. If that's true, we use the double ampersand, and only when that's true do we render out the sidebar. So currently the sidebar is false, and here we have a closing tag. We actually don't need that in this case, so I can make it a self-closing tag. And now we just have our project. Yet if I change this to be true, we can see that the modal now shows up. So what we can do is we can make our little icon down the bottom behind my head interactive, and that's going to open and close our modal to show the information. So all of that is contained within the footer. So if we come into the footer, the first thing we have to actually style is the h2, because currently it looks pretty shocking. So if we come into the index.css, we can come down to the footer just above the media query. The media query always goes at the bottom of the page. And what I'm going to do is take this footer and style it in the location where we have all the other footer styles. So in here I'm going to target the footer and then the h2. That's going to have a font size of 1.4 rem. We're going to target the footer and the h1. That's going to have a font size of 0.9 rem. It's also going to have a font weight of 100, so it's extra thin. Now we can see that down the bottom, the apod project, it's very light. I might actually make it maybe like a 200, just so it's much smaller. We're going to give the footer itself a padding of 1 rem, so that everything sits inwards a little bit. That's going to look a little bit cleaner. And what we also want to do is we have this div inside the footer. If we target the footer and then the div, which contains the h1 and the h2, we can give it a display of flex, a flex direction of column, and I'm going to have a gap of 0.5 rem. So now it just means that our title and the name of the project sit apart. We could honestly take that down to a 0.2 rem, so it's just very small. Actually, I think we can even just remove it altogether. So now we have the title of the project, the brutal Martian landscape. We have our button and we have the apod project, which is the name of the website. So what we can do now is start interacting with the icon. So the icon is inside the button. So here we have the button. Now if we come in here, do we have any button styles? We do, sidebar contents. So now what we want to do is use some similar styles except on the footer. So we can target the footer and we can select the button within the footer and we can give it a background of transparent. We can give it a border of none, an outline of none, like so. And so now we have a plain icon. We want to set the color of the icon to white, so it shows up in the corner just down there. We're going to give the button a padding of 1 rem, and we're going to target the icon within the button and give it a size. So we're going to say footer, button, then the icon, and we'll give it a font size of 1.3 rem. So it's a little bit larger. Now to make it interactive, we're also going to say footer, button, and give it a hover state. Now in here, we're just going to set the opacity to 0.5, and we'll also have to come up to the footer button and just give it a transition duration of 200 milliseconds. So now when we hover over it, it just goes a little bit darker. That's probably a bit dark, so I might change that to a 0.7. And we'll also give it a cursor of pointer, and that way it looks the clicky thing just here. That looks nice and neat. And what I'll also do for the footer itself, we have a line item center. I'm actually going to remove that. And I think that's looking pretty good. Now what we want is when we click that icon to show the nav menu. And the way that that's going to work is we're going to come into our app and we're going to have a function called handle display modal. Or even better, what I could do is handle toggle modal. Like so. And what we're going to do in here is we're going to call the setter function. So we're going to set the new state, and it's just going to invert the show modal state. So that's pretty straightforward. So this is just assigning a new state or a new value to the variable show modal. And now what we can do is we can take this function and we can pass it into the footer via something known as props. So it allows us to communicate information between components. So in here, I can define a prop name called show modal, and I can assign a value to it, which just coincidentally is going to be the value assigned to show modal. So this is called a prop. It's basically an attribute for a component. And now if we come into the footer, we can receive that via the props. We can tell our functional component to expect the props. And then what we can do is we can destructure out the value show modal, and we'll actually also need the handle toggle modal function, even more so than the actual value, to be honest. And we can destructure that out of props. And now what I can do is I can assign that function to the on-click event of the button. So if we come back up here, it's actually the handle toggle modal that needs to be passed down as the prop. And so now, just like that, our button is interactive. We can see that when I clicked it, it showed up the modal. Now what we also want to do is handle toggle modal. We want to pass that into our sidebar. So we can pass it in as props just the same. We can come into our sidebar component and we can tell it to expect the props. And once again, we can destructure out the value from the props. And now what I can do is I can hit handle toggle modal. We can assign that as an on-click to the div so that when we click the overlay, it shuts the modal, which is super cool. And what we can do is we can assign it to the button as well. So now when you hit the on-click just here, it also closes this modal. So that's super neat. Now we obviously haven't styled that completely, so if we come down to where we have the sidebar contents button, we want to give this the same cursor pointer. We want to give it a transition duration of 200 milliseconds, and we want the .sidebar contents button to have a hover effect where we set the opacity once again to 0.7. So now when I hover over that, it's goes the right color. I might also just give it the same padding of 1 rem, so it's a little bit larger. So now we hover over that, it goes away, and we now have our functioning application that is also mobile responsive, which is super cool. I come onto a small screen, It comes up, we see the information, and we can close it. So now we have all that done. The next thing we need to do is actually fetch the information. And what we're going to need for that is to create an API key for the NASA API. Now this website will be linked in the description down below. And what you'll want to do is fill out your first name, your last name, your email, and they will send you an API key. Now I'm not going to show you mine, but essentially it should just be a large string of characters. And what we're going to do to make our application secure is save it in a .env file. Now inside of the env file, we can save our API key and we assign it to a variable. So this is going to be veet underscore NASA underscore API underscore key. And I'm just going to set that equal to the string that was in the email that I got sent. And you don't want to show this to anyone. So now I've copied in that key and saved that file and closed it. And now what we can do is inside of our app, we can come in here and we can access the value of the API key. I can say const NASA underscore key, all caps for API key, is equal to import.meta.veet underscore NASA underscore API key. So that's the name of the variable that we created. And I realized after .meta it's .env, so we just have to throw that in there like that. So now we have our key secured, and this is the variable that we can refer to the API key from inside our application so that no one can actually see it. Now, the next thing we're going to have to do is actually access the API. And the way that the API works, if we scroll down, there's a couple of things to note. They have an API rate limit remaining, so there's only a certain number of requests that you're allowed to make on a regular basis. So it looks here, it says a default hourly limit of 1,000 requests. And if we come down to the actual API, here we can see the URL. So what we can do here is start to call some information. Now in React, the way that we fetch data from an API is we use a useEffect hook. Now the useEffect hook takes an arrow function as an input in addition to an array. Now the array is known as the dependency array, and the function just here is the logic to be executed whenever the requirements of the dependency array are satisfied. Now we have to import useEffect up the top of our project. And for this arrow function, this anonymous arrow function, I'm going to open that up so that we have some code in here. Now, useEffect listens to particular events in our application. If we have a blank dependency array, that says to run this function whenever our page loads. If we instead have a variable in here, for example, I could have show modal, then what happens is this function only gets executed when the variable changes. Now we want to fetch information on our page load, so we have an empty dependency array, and now what I can do is inside here I can define a function, an asynchronous function, and that can be called fetch API data. Now if we open that up on a new line, I can say const URL is equal to a string, and I can just go ahead and paste in this get request string right here. What we're also going to do is add onto the end a plus, and we're going to add on some backticks. Now the backticks is a template literal string, and that's going to add on a question mark, and then we're just going to add in our API key, and then we're going to use the $ and the curly parentheses to allow us to import some JavaScript into this string, and we're going to send in the NASA key. Now what I'm actually going to do is bring this NASA key inside of this function right here, because we're going to need it only when we fetch the data from the API. And the next thing I'm going to do is define a try and a catch block. Now we're going to catch the error, and if we get an error, we're going to console.log error.message so that we can read the message. And inside of the try block, we're going to say const response is equal to await. We're going to use the fetch API to fetch data, and we're going to pass in the URL. After that, what we can do is say const data is equal to and await the res.json method. That's going to give us back some JSON, and we can then console.log the data, and I can then print that out, and we could have a look at it inside of our browser. Now the last thing we have to do inside of here is actually call the fetch data API method that we just defined, or the function. And now if we come back to our application and go into our console, we can see right here, we have sent out that call to the NASA API. We passed in our API key, and we have a whole lot of information. We've got an explanation, we've got the URL for the image, we've got a date, and we've got the title. So what we can do with that information is we can define a new state up the top. I'm going to say const data and set data is equal to use state, and that's going to have a default value of null. And I'm also going to say const loading and set loading, and that's going to be equal to use state of also false initially. And with the data state now defined, what we can do here is we can rename this variable to be API data. And then underneath that, we can say set data is equal to API data, like so. And then we can instead console that out down the bottom. And now once we have the data, that's actually when we want to show the main. So what I'm going to do in here is wrap the main in curly parentheses and then circular parentheses. And only when we have the data are we going to show the main. So we're going to say data and main. But actually even more than that is we're going to make it a conditional statement using the question mark. And if the data is true, we'll render out the main, and then we can have an alternative case. And in here, what I'm going to do is have a div. This is going to have a class name of loading state. And in here, we're going to have an icon. Now the icon, if we come over to Font Awesome, is going to be the gear, like so, just this one right here. If we go ahead and copy that, we can paste it in just like that, making sure that we update the class for a class name, and that's going to show while we don't have the data. So now what I'm going to do is just console out the fetch data API. So if we come back to our application, we can see that the loading state shows up. So now we can go ahead and style that. If we come into the index.css, we can select the loading state. Where is that? Here's the loading state right here. We can select the loading state and we can just say display flex, align items center, justify content center, and give it a flex of 1. So it will still take up the full state. The loading is in the center. Now we want to target the icon within. So that's going to be loading state and then select the icon. And this is going to have an opacity of 0.2 and a font size of 3 rem. So it's going to be pretty big, nice and large. And then what we can also do is give it an animation. So we're going to say animation, and that's going to be equal to spin 1 second linear and infinite. And then we can go at keyframes. We can define spin, and we can just say from transform rotate 0 degrees, and then we can go to transform rotate 360 degrees. So that's going to have it spinning full time, just like that as we load in the image. And we're actually going to need to have this footer also be conditional logic. So this is going to also need to be wrapped inside of the curly and then circular parentheses, and this is also going to be data and show the footer. So a lot of our application is going to just be this loading state until we get the data. So now if I bring back this function, let's have it call again. If I refresh the page, we get the loading state and then we get the data load in. In a minute, we'll come back and look at how we can cache that data. But now what we can do is we can actually pass in the data as a prop to everything. So I can say data is equal to data into the sidebar, and I can do the same for the footer. Now, if we do the footer first and come inside here, we know that we're going to receive the data, and we can now swap out the name to data, and then we're going to use the optional chaining syntax just in case it doesn't exist. And in here, we're going to show the title. So that's data.title. And that's going to be it for the footer. So that's pretty straightforward. Swirling magnetic field around our galaxy central black hole. That's what we're looking at. And now if we come into the sidebar, in here, we also receive the data as props. And now what we can do is we can, once again, swap out the name. We can use the circular parentheses to render out the title using the question mark just to make it safe. For the description, we can go ahead and input data dot question mark dot explanation. That should be pretty cool. So now if I open that up, we get a whole big explanation. I'm actually just going to also style this description title here. So we'll call that description title. We'll give this a class. So I'll copy that, come into the index for the sidebar contents, paste that, and we'll give this a font size of 0.9 rem, a font weight of 200. That should just make it a bit smaller, the description right there. Perhaps we go the opposite direction and we make it a 1.1 rem. I think could be pretty good. So there's the description. I'll also just give this sidebar div a class of description container. Then we can go ahead and target that dot description container. We'll give that a display of flex, a flex direction of column, and a gap of just 0.5 rem to separate the header from the actual description. So there we've got that. Now we can see what's actually going on. I might also update the title. So here we have sidebar contents h2. We can go ahead and select that sidebar contents .h2. And I might just give that a font weight also of 200 and a font size of 1.4 rem, just so it's a bit smaller. So here we have the name, we have the description, and then we have the actual description. So that's pretty cool. We've got our little back button, which works nicely. One thing I'm going to do with our button is I'm going to change the padding to be 1 rem vertically and 0 horizontally, so that it just sits to the left aligned perfectly. We can go ahead and close that. And what I might actually do is even come back and change this from saying description to actually just be the date. So we're going to change this to data question mark dot date, because I think that will look clean as. If we come back in here, it's got the date and then we've got the description. So I think that looks super tidy. And finally, we've got the image. So this is also going to need to receive props. In here, we can destructure the data out from the props. And now what we can do is we can make the alt, we can give it a dynamic alt that's equal to data.title. In this case, we can provide a backup which is the background image, just in case that doesn't come through. And the source can be equal to data dot, and in here we should be able to access the HD URL. So now we can save that. And now we get an error because we haven't actually passed that down. So all we have to do here is just make sure that our main also has access to the data. And now if I refresh the page, we load in the image. And looking at this, I might also just make sure that we do come into the footer and just give the footer display a gap of, 0.5 rem, just to separate it out a little bit, like that. I might even swap the order of those two, to be honest. Have the H2 underneath. That looks much cleaner. And then we could probably go ahead and remove the gap instead. I think that looks super nice. So I've got apod project swirling magnetic field around our black hole. We can come and read more about it. We can close that. We can also select the thing there. Now the last thing we have to do is cache the information. Now the caching is really simple. Basically inside of our fetch data, all we have to do is we have to add in a clause here. So what we're going to do is we're going to say const today is equal to new, and we're going to instantiate a date, the date class, and we're going to say toDate string. And now what we're going to do is we're going to say local key is equal to NASA dash, then we're going to use the backticks, and we're going to have today. So that's our local key. And now we can say if local storage dot get item local key, if that exists, then we can actually fetch the data from local storage. So we can say if we've already gone to local storage today, then we can actually access everything. So I could say const API data is equal to JSON. We have to pass the JSON saved in the local storage. JSON.pass local storage.get item local key. Then once we've passed it, that should be all good. So now what we can do is we can just set data equal to the API data and everyone is happy. And then what we have to do is return out of the function. If we get past that condition, that means that the today key does not work. In which case what we want to do is we want to say local storage.clear. We want to clear everything in the local storage. And then once we've found this API data, we want to say local storage.set item local key. And the data that we want to set is json.stringify, and we want to stringify the API data. So what we could even do is we could add in a console.log here that says fetched from cache today. And then what we could also do is if we come down, we could say just here fetched from API today. So if we go ahead and save that, we can see we now fetch the data from the cache, and that's going to prevent us from absolutely burning through our local storage calls. So now we refresh the page, it's fetched from the cache. And then what I could do is I could come into the application inside of the developer tools, and I could go ahead and delete that key. And then if I come back to the console, we now fetch it from the API key instead. So that's our whole application done. Now it's time to deploy it to the internet. And the way that I'm going to do that is I'm first going to save this code to GitHub. Now, if you want to get started with GitHub, I've got some good videos in my channel, but I've also got a guide linked in the description down below. I personally use GitHub Desktop just because it's so easy. And what we're going to do is once it's installed, you should be able to open this graphic user interface. We're going to come over to the menu, hit add, and hit add existing repo. In here, we can navigate to our project, NASA React application. We can hit open, create repo here, and we can add a description, which is just say build a React.JS app with the NASA API. We're going to initialize this with a repo, and that should be just about it. What we can do now is hit create repository, like so, and that's going to initialize our repo. Now, one thing we're going to do is come back into our project code real fast and over to the .getignore. And you want to make sure down the bottom that you have .env saved inside of there. That's going to ensure that your .env keys do not get pushed to the internet. So with that all done, what I can do now is commit this to main. Now I'm going to make this code public. You could make it private, it's totally up to you. And if we hit publish repo, that's going to push it to our GitHub. Now that's also the link that you will be able to access in the GitHub in the description down below for the GitHub repo. Once that's uploaded, we're going to come across to a site called Netlify. This will also be linked in the description down below. We can hit login. I personally log in with GitHub. And once we're inside, we can hit the add new site button and we can import an existing project. We can hit deploy with GitHub. That's going to ask you to configure Netlify with your GitHub account. And you likely won't have access to the GitHub repo immediately. So what you can do is scroll down to the bottom where it says can't see your repo here, configure Netlify app on GitHub. You'll need to log in, and then you should be taken to this page where if you scroll down, you can select the repos that Netlify has access to. And if we type in NASA, we can then select the NASA repo, hit save, and that's going to take us back to our list where we should be able to find the NASA React app. We can come into here, and now what you're going to have to do is if we scroll down a little bit, it will say add environment variables. You will need to add a new variable that has the same name and value as the env file in our project. So the name is the vite_NASA API key, and the value I'm about to paste in, you want to do the same. And once that's pasted in, then what we can do is hit deploy NASA React app. That might take a minute to load. While it's loading, what we can also do is come over to the domain management. Just here we can come over to options and hit edit site name, and we can name our project whatever we like. We could say APOD, astronomy picture of the day, React app. We can go ahead and save that, and that's now the URL. That's how funny, that's already taken. React project. Let's try that. You might have to find a unique one. That one was available, and now when we go to deploys, this site has not yet been deployed. We can see the progress. It looks like it's now all done. So if I come back over to domain management and open that up, we get the loading screen, and then the picture comes in and we have a cool project. We can see right here, and we get this nice image viewer, and we can also click on the information icon and read all about it. Now there's one style element that's being a little bit funny, and that is our side nav. Now the one thing we want to do to fix that is just come back into the index.css, and where we find our side nav just in here, we want to make sure that the max height is equal to 100%. Actually, it looks like we have a few issues. The other one that we want to fix is if we come up to the sidebar contents, we also want to make sure that this width right here, if we come down to the sidebar contents, we want to set the width to 100%. That's going to be much better. And instead of setting that to 100%, I think that should actually be 100% view height. So now that scrolls properly. The other thing we want to just change quickly is if we come up to the image or the image container, we want to make sure that this also has a maximum height of 100% of the view height, and that should solve all of our problems. So now our image is much more responsive, everything looks good, and now we can experience it the way that it should be. So we can go ahead and come back over to our GitHub. We can commit those changes to the main, push them to the origin, and they will be redeployed in our new project. If we come over to the domain and we go over to deploys, we'll see that starting up a new deployment right here. And now it's all done. We can refresh our page and the new project is totally fixed. So our little menu down the side works properly. Our application looks nice and neat, and it works on a mobile device size as well. Here we can see the responsivity coming in. We can close it. Everything looks perfect. And just like that, we have an awesome React project that we can share with absolutely everyone. Add it to our portfolios. We've got a live link. We can share the GitHub repo, and it's just awesome. As always, if you've enjoyed the video, smash the like and subscribe buttons. Appreciate that support. If you're really enjoying the videos, you can also subscribe to the channel and become a small friend. Super cheap. It's like $2 a month or something, but it really helps to support your boy and his content creation. Thank you guys so much for watching. I'll catch you later. Peace. What's good, team? Welcome to today's video where we're going to be learning React 0 to hero, everything you need to know to develop your own phenomenal React applications. React is hands down the most popular JavaScript development framework on the face of the planet. It's used by billions of companies, and in this video, we'll be learning it by building a gym application. The application looks super sleek. It will be deployed to the internet. We'll be styling it with Tailwind CSS, and it's the perfect application to teach you state, componentry, JSX, props, responsive web design, React hooks, and just everything else that you need to know to build absolutely wicked React applications. This tutorial is beginner friendly. You need no prior experience. If you've never touched React before, then do not stress. It will help if you're a bit familiar with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, but other than that, we'll work from the ground up. And by the end of the video, not only will you have a super slick gym application that you can use to get absolutely hench, but it'll be a project you can add to your portfolio to impress your family, your friends, prospective employers, and you'll have all the skills you could ever want to just build the coolest React projects on the face of the planet. Anywho, that's my spiel over. If you enjoy the video, smash the like and subscribe buttons. And with that said, let's dive into the code. Alright, so to dive in, we're going to start off opening up a browser of choice and coming to this website right here, which will be linked in the description down below. Additionally, we're going to open up a terminal window. I have mine open to the folder that I use to store all of my coding projects. And in here, we're just going to go ahead and copy these installation instructions for installing Tailwind CSS with Vite. Now, Vite is basically a server that serves up a React project. And so we can go ahead and just say npm create Vite at latest, name our project. So I'm going to call it swoley fit -fit. And then it's going to be --template, and that's going to be a React template. If we hit enter on that, it's going to do it that quickly. You might have to click Y to install some extra stuff along the way. And now what we can do is open up a Visual Studio Code window, and just over here we can hit open, navigate to our projects, so mine are all in this folder, and then we can just hit open on the new React project we have just created. So the first thing we'll do in this tutorial is discuss what exactly has been created, because there's a whole lot more files here than you would typically get with a vanilla web development project with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. The first one we'll see is the index.html. This should look like home. This is a standard HTML document that we will barely be touching. We've got a few modifications to make in here a bit later. However, the main thing to note is this div with the ID of root. Our entire React project gets rendered within this div eventually via this script, main.jsx. We can navigate to this script, and essentially it just says get the DOM, the document object model, create the root, get that div with the ID of root, and render out our app component inside. Now, the app component is going to be the hub for most of our code, and it's the file that we'll be probably working with the most, and this is where all of our React componentry will go. We've got a couple of extra files, the index.css, that's for some styling. The app.css we can delete, and we will have to remove the import from this file just right here. Other than that, we have a Vite config, a package.json, that's where we've got all of our dependencies, and the public directory, similar to the assets directory, where we can store files that we wish to serve with the project. Now we have a few more instructions to run, so we're just going to scroll down, and I'm going to open up a terminal within VS Code. Here she is right here. And we're just going to run these commands. That's got some npm installations, node package manager. And then once that's installed, we'll run the second command, paste that in right there. That's going to initialize a file that we are now going to fill with this contents. So I think that's the tailwind.config. We're just going to paste that across. And finally, we're going to gut everything inside of our index.css for these Tailwind directives. With that, we can finally boot up our project by running npm run develop, or dev, and that's going to initialize it on a localhost 5173, port 5173. And here we can see our bare bones React app, and it's already interactive. We've got this little count here that's unstyled because we got rid of all the styles. Now, if we wanted to check if our Tailwind is working, we can just click on anything, and let's go for this paragraph, and we'll say class is equal to text green 300. If we save that, we get some green text. And the first important difference to note between React and traditional development is that class is now replaced with class name. Subtle but important. The last thing we're going to do to finish the initialization of our project is install some Google fonts. You'll be wanting to head over to fonts.google.com. Link is in the description down below, and we're going to be looking up Poppins, and you will need to go through all the variants and add them all. You can see I've already got them all here. Once these are all selected, there's a little link just here. It says use on the web. We've got the link selection right there, and then after that we have a whole big link just above my head, and at the very bottom you'll see this copy button. We'll hit copy on that, and we're going to come into the index.html, and underneath the title, inside the opening and closing head tags, we'll paste in that link. That's going to allow us to use the Poppins font family in our document. We'll quickly change the name of our app to Swoley, well, let's just stick with Swolenormous. Pretty simple. That should change this name up here, which it has. And then the next thing we're just going to do is quickly come over to Font Awesome CDN 6.0. This is going to allow us to use a really cool icon set in the project. Once again, link is in the description down below, along with the link to the GitHub repository, which you should totally star because you're a legend. But if you need to compare code, that is available to you. But yeah, we'll just copy that link tag and paste that directly under our fonts right there. So with that all done, it's time to discuss React. Now, there's a lot to talk about. The first ones we're going to start with are what's known as JSX and also what a component is. Now, to start off with components, one of the coolest things about React is that code is compartmentalized into groups of related tasks. So for example, if you had a navbar element, that would be its own component. If you have a hero section, that would be its own component. If you had a grid or a series of buttons or any kind of related sections put into their own components. We can go ahead and create our own components by creating a folder inside of the source directory, and we're actually going to just make some. Now, the first one we'll need is a hero, and components in React have the .jsx extension because they contain JSX. Now, we're going to initialize what is known as a React functional component, and we can do that inside Visual Studio Code by typing the RFC keys and hitting enter. As for what a component actually is, it's literally just a function that has the same name as the file of our folder. Components, the file name is always capitalized, same with the function. But the interesting thing about these functions is what they return. Here we can see what looks to be HTML code. However, the primary difference between HTML code and JSX is that JSX can have JavaScript written amongst the HTML code, which you cannot do in HTML. That's going to make development infinitely easier, but yeah, JSX essentially just refers to the returned HTML or JavaScript interactive HTML from the functional component. We'll need a few more. We're going to have one called generator.jsx. We'll do RFC again, and then we're also going to have one called workout.jsx, RFC in that. And the way we can import components into the hub of our application, we can go ahead and get rid of everything that was existing within our app before. And we come into these React fragments here. React fragments are just essentially empty divs, and we can render out our first component as if it were in fact an HTML tag, ensuring that we import it from our component section. We can now render it out, and then underneath we can render out generator, importing that, and then finally we can import workout too. And just like that, we have our three components, and you can see that the rendered content, this hero, actually gets rendered on the screen. So it gets imported and then displayed inside of our app, and then our app via this main.jsx gets rendered within this root div. But that's not really critical information. The main thing is that we render out subcomponents within the parent component, and the app is the biggest parent component. Now obviously subcomponents can have further subcomponents. For example, I could make my own custom buttons and stuff like that, and we will be doing that, just not right yet. So the next thing we're going to do is come back into our index.css and apply the font family of Poppins with a backup of sans serif. Now we'll just do that to apply the Poppins font family to absolutely everything. And if we come back, that font family has indeed updated to Poppins. And with that all done, we can get started on our application. Now I'm actually going to swap out these fragments for a main section. And I'm going to give this main a class name of min height screen, a display of flex, a flex direction of flex col, like so, not a lot. But in addition to that, I'm going to give it a background of a gradient to the right from slate 800 to slate 950, and we're also going to give it a text white, and we're going to set the default sizing to text small, and then on a small screen we're going to set the size to text base. Now we'll be styling the app as we go, just so we can really see the changes happen. Just with those, we can already see the background gradient has been updated. That's pretty straightforward. The next thing we're going to do is come into our hero section, and this is what we're trying to get. So we've got a few text elements that we'll be copying across. It looks like the first one is going to be a paragraph tag. We're just going to copy and paste that in there. It's time to get, then we're going to have an H1 tag. This is going to say swole enormous is going to be within a span, so we'll put that in there. The reason we do that is so that we can sub-style that blue text, as you can see right there. Underneath that, we're going to have another paragraph, and this one is going to have all of this stuff pasted just in there. And we're going to have spans around unbelievably swolenormous and mass monstrosity. So we can quickly pop them in. And mass monstrosity. Cool bananas. Now, one thing I'm just going to do is come into our index.css, and we're going to ensure that the span, sometimes they can be a bit fiddly with the font weights and the font family. So we're just going to make sure that the font family is set to inherit, and the font weight is set to inherit. So if we set anything on the parent, it will be inherited by the child element. As for the div, this is also going to have a class name of min height screen, a display of flex, a flex direction of column. We'll give it a gap of maybe 10. We're going to say item center, and we're also going to say justify center. So that's just going to center all of the content in the middle of our page. If we come back to our own application, this is what we're looking at. Obviously this one is a bit different. The next thing we'll be doing is we'll style, I think first we should do the swolenormous. So this is going to have a class of uppercase. Be interested to see if yeah, it gets applied to the whole thing. That's perfect. We're going to say font weight of bold, and we'll say text 5XL on a small breakpoint will go up to a 6XL. On a medium breakpoint will go up to a 7XL. And on a large breakpoint, we'll go up to a text 8 extra large, which is going to be mighty great. And to be fair, I think we might change that to a semi-bold, and we might drop these all down 1, just because that was quite extreme. Getting ahead of myself. After that, for the paragraph, we're going to give this a class of text small until a medium screen, then we'll say text base. We're going to say font weight of light. And then in both spans, we can select them both and give them both class names of text blue 400 and a font of medium. That's going to set the font weight to be a little bit larger. In addition to selecting the span right here and giving that a class of text blue 400, there's our, it's time to get swolenormous. I hereby acknowledge. For everything inside of this, we're going to set the text to center, and I'm also just going to wrap these first two elements inside their own div and give them a class of flex direction of column and a gap of 4, just so they sit a bit closer together. It's time to get swolenormous. And then at the very bottom of this, we can have a button, and the button is going to have a class of padding X laterally of maybe 8, a padding Y of 4. We'll say rounded medium, and in here we're going to say accept and begin, and I'm going to ensure that I wrap that inside of a paragraph tag because it's a text element, like so. So we should have that little button come up on the screen. We can't see much yet, but we will in a minute. The last thing I want to do, we obviously don't want our page stretching out infinitely, is inside of this element I'm going to set a max width of, I reckon, 900 pixels. So to do a custom table amount, we do 900 pixels inside of the square parentheses. And Then I'm going to set the width to full as well, in addition to giving a margin X of auto. So that should just prevent our page from becoming too wide. 900's probably still too much. I'll go for an 800. And I think that's pretty good. For the button, we'll just give that a border of border blue and a blue 400, sorry, and then a border of solid. And we should see that come up. We could possibly make it a border 2. And we're also going to give it a background of slate 950, and we're going to give it an extra class called blue shadow. Now, blue shadow is a custom class that we're going to make inside of our index.css, and so we can just target it using the period, and that's going to be a box shadow of 3 pixels, 3 pixels, 0, 0, and then a hash 60A5FA. And we're going to add a hover amount, so blue shadow on the hover event. We're going to change that to a 6 and a 6, but we're also going to add a transform of translate -3 pixels and then -3 pixels. So what this is going to do on our screen is currently misbehave, and that's because I forgot a secondary minus. So if we minus that, our button has this kind of pop out effect. And we can add one last thing to our styling in here. We can give it a duration of 200, and now that's just going to have a slow effect just like that. So that's component 1 done. That's our main page. The other thing we'll just quickly do before we move on is give this page some padding, just a simple padding 4, just so it doesn't touch the edges. And with that, we can move on to the second component, which is our generator. Now this one is also going to have a class of min height screen. However, since this one is going to have the same section or overall structure as the workout, we're going to create a third component called section wrapper.jsx. We can create that component, and I'm actually going to render it out inside of the generator section wrapper, ensuring that we import it. And the other thing to note is that where in our app we used self-closing components, for the generator we have the opening and closing component, or tag, I guess. The reason we're doing that is because we want children content within this section right here, essentially everything that's not going to be repeated. So for example, if I type ASD ASD, we would expect that to show up down here. However, we can see that only section wrapper shows up. So at least the section wrapper is working. We can see section wrapper displays section wrapper. And the way that we can then get the children content to display within section wrapper is via props. And we can think of props as basically a present from a parent component to a child component. There's two ways we can communicate information between them, or down from the parent to the child, and one of them is via children. So we can destructure children out from props, and then we can consequently render the children contents. And so now we can see that instead of rendering out section wrapper as it did before, it does in fact render out the children. So the children contents is just anything wrapped between the parent tags wherever it's being, the tag itself is being rendered. Now, the other thing we're going to do, which is going to be exceptionally clever, is pass down some contents via the attribute style props. So we can have, it's essentially, once again, a package from a present from the parent component to the child component. And this is going to be for some banners. So the first one we're going to have is a header. We'll call it header is equal to, and this can be a JavaScript value, and for this one it's going to be generate your workout. And then we're going to pass in a second one that's title, and this is going to be an array And the first one is just going to say it's. The second one is going to say huge o'clock, making sure that we escape these apostrophes. And then what we can do is we can, just like we receive the children, we can destructure out the name, so we have header and title, and then we can consequently render them out in here. Now inside of this, I'm going to swap out this div for a section, and the section is going to have a class of a class name of min height screen, flex col, and maybe a gap of 10. Pretty straightforward. At the top, we're going to have a div that's going to have a class name of background slate 950, a padding y of 10, a display of flex, also flex col, a gap of 4, and we're going to justify it centrally and put the align it center, so items center. Inside of the div, this is going to have a paragraph tag which has the header, and then underneath that we're going to have an h2 tag, and for this one we're going to have title 0 space title 1 space title 2. Now the reason I'm doing that is so that I can put the central title inside of a span so that we can color it differently and give it some extra styles. But if I paste that, we can see that that's showing up there just the way that we would like it to. I might drop this gap down to a 2, and then under that div we can then render out the children. For the paragraph, it's going to have a class of uppercase, like so, and I might also give it a font of medium. And then for it's huge o'clock, the span can have a class of uppercase and text blue 400, and the whole h2 can have a class of font semi-bold, a text 3XL, small text 4XL, medium text 5XL, and large text 6 extra large. The font semi-bold should not have that in between it, and so there we can see it come up right there. It's huge o'clock, just how we want it. So that's going to be the banner at the top of the section. And now we can go back into generator. Now for this section, we're going to create a new folder inside of source called utils. And in here, we're going to create a file called swolger.js. Now this is just a JavaScript file. And this file is going to contain hundreds and hundreds of exercises that I literally wrote out by hand. So it took ages, and you can copy this from the GitHub repo. And once again, you should totally star it because this took time. It's got all the information, descriptions, everything we could possibly want. The reason we are going to do this is because it's got all the different styles of workouts in addition to the exercises. We've got training schemes, tempos, all that good stuff. And you can just go ahead and copy that across. Now inside of the generator, we're also going to have some repeated code at the start of each section. You can see how this is similar to this, as much as the selection options might be different. And instead of creating a new component in a separate file, I'm actually just going to create a new component up here, and this is just going to be a header, very simply, and this is just going to return the div, and inside of the div we're going to have another div, and this is going to have an index that'll get passed down. So inside of the props we'll pass down an index. We'll see how this works in a second, in addition to the title and the description. So once again, all of the repeated units. So in here I can have an h4, and that can have the title. Above that we can have a paragraph. This is going to have the index, and then beneath that we can have another paragraph that's going to have the description. Now we can go ahead and render out header. We don't have to import it because it's right there, and we can pass in the index. The first one's going to be 1, I'm actually going to pass that in as a string 0, 1. The title is going to be equal to pick your poison, and the description is going to be equal to select the workout you wish to endure, full stop. That can be a self-closing element, and we should see that show up in our application. It totally does. Excellent, absolutely brilliant. I'm going to come back to the section wrapper and just put it inside of a div right here. This div is going to have a class of max width of 800 pixels, a width of full, a display of flex, a flex direction of column, and a margin X of auto, in addition to that gap of 10. It's going to stop everything from getting too wide. Now for this one, this is going to have a class of flex col, a gap of maybe 4. This one is going to have a class of flex, we're going to say items end, actually no, items center, and also maybe a gap of 2. For the paragraph tag, this is going to have a class of text 3XL on a small screen, a text 4XL, and a medium text 5XL. We'll give it a font of semi-bold and a text of slate 400. That should make it look kind of big. For the pick your poison, this is going to have a class name of text large. On a small, we'll go to a text 2XL, and a medium a text 3XL. It's going to bump that up a bit. Pick your poison right there. That should just be items center, not centers. And for the description, we can give that a class of text small. On a small screen, we'll go to a text size of base, and then an MX of auto. Very easy. We'll text center the whole thing. So in this one, I'm actually just going to say justify center as well. That pushes it all into the middle. And I might actually just give this a minimum size of text extra large instead, so it's a bit bigger. Cool. Underneath that, we can come back in here and have a special section. So this section is going to be some buttons. If we look in here, we have 4 of the same button. Now, we're not going to write out the same button code, and as much as we could actually use a component to duplicate that, we'd still end up with 4 rendering of that component. So instead, what we're going to do is map out the different workouts that you can do. So here we have individual, bro split, bodybuilder split, or upper and lower. So the way that we can do that is map it out. We need to get an array. So if we get all the keys of our workouts, I think is what it is. Is that workouts? Yeah, it is. That's going to give us an array with these 4 elements. Once we have the array, we can map over it, where a map goes over every entry and returns something related to each entry. So in here we can have the type and the type index. We can open that up inside of an arrow function, and we can return a div. Well, actually it's going to be a button, isn't it? We'll return a button that has the type. So we'll have a paragraph, and inside of that we'll enter the type. Now we only have to write this code once, and it will create 4 buttons, 1 for each type. The key thing is with the map, whenever you render content like this, you have to give the parent element within the return statement a key that is unique. So I like getting the index of the key because there's only 1 instance of each index. So if we render that out, we can see we actually have 4 buttons. The formatting is not great, but that's something we can deal with in a second by adding a div just in here. This can have a class of flex item center. I lie, actually. We're going to say a class of grid cols 2 until we get to a small screen. Then we're going to say grid cols 4, and we'll have a gap of 4. And we will just wrap these 4 buttons that get returned from this map statement. Now we can kind of see it showing up a little bit. And now we can individually style the button and give it a class of background slate 950, a border blue 400, a padding y of 4, and a rounded of large. So there's our buttons. We can see them. Drops into columns when we need it to. And the other thing I'm going to do is drop that to a 3, I think. Padding y of 3. And likewise with the section wrapper component, we're also going to want to come up to the parent section and give it a, this div down here, a padding of 4. So that will just be P4. That will make everything sit in a bit. Likewise with this element, we should also give that a padding of 4. So there's our 4 buttons. We want to add some hover effects to them, so we'll just say duration of 200, and on hover we can set the border to blue 600. So now when we hover, we can see that the border goes darker. Pretty simple. The other thing is that we have some pretty weird text formatting in here, so I'm going to give this paragraph a class of capitalize. And then because we can do JavaScript inside of the JSX, I'm just going to say type.replace all, and we're going to replace any underscores with space. And once again, that's within the curly braces because it's a JavaScript element. So now we can see that bodybuilder split or bro split sit apart. So that's one down. We're going to go ahead and duplicate this whole section. So I have a new header. The second one is going to be O2. The title is going to be lock on targets. And the description will be select the muscles judged for annihilation, full stop. This one's going to have a slightly different section here. So we can go ahead and delete all of that. For now, what we're going to do is we'll have a div, and this is going to have a paragraph that says select muscle groups. And we're also going to have an icon. So because we imported Font Awesome icons, we can come over to Font Awesome. You'll just want to hit icons up here, and then we can look for down. And within down, we can find the caret down, and we can copy this code snippet. Once copied, we can paste it after the div right here. The class has to be updated to class name. And now if I save that, we can see that we have the down caret right there. So that's good. For that section, what we're going to do is once again have the background slate 950, padding y of 3, and the border solid, border blue 400, in addition to the rounded large. So that's going to make this section look all pretty. I'm going to make it a padding 3 in general, so that will be surrounding the whole thing. For this element, I'm going to give it an absolute, a right of 3, a top of half, minus translate y half, to place it over the right hand side. However, for that to work, we have to ensure that the parent element has a class of relative, and we'll give that a flex item center justify center. So you can't see it, but over the far side you can see that caret show up right there, letting them know that that's going to be a drop down. Now after this, what we're going to do is have a super neat conditional rendering section. And so we can come up to the top inside of the generator function and say let show modal equal false. Now show modal is going to drop down, we can see an example here. If I hit individual, we can drop down and select the muscle groups. So we want to be able to click on this section, and then when show modal is true, so if show modal is true, we can use what's known as the short circuit operator, and then we can render out a div, and for the minute it could just say modal in the middle, modal. So if we come back to our application, currently there's nothing there, we just see workout in the bottom corner. However, if I change show modal to true, now we can see that modal does indeed show up. So now that we have that conditional rendering working in our favor, we can see the modal showing up there. What we would expect to happen is if we set this to false again, it goes away, and we should be able to click on this section here and have it show up. Now that section is this one right here. We're going to change it to be a button like so, and I'm actually going to move this padding 3 into this element specifically. So it won't look any different, but we'll see why momentarily. And I'm also just going to give this element up top a display of flex and flex column. So now that is back to looking exactly how it was. We've got the cursor pointer, and we can now add an on-click event to this item right here, and it can just say, perhaps we'll say toggle modal. So we can come up here and create a function, toggle modal, open that up, and that should just say show modal is equal to not, or the inverse of whatever Boolean state show modal currently is. So now we would expect when I click on this for that to be happening. However, it's not, and the reason it's not reacting the way that we want is because changing a variable doesn't repaint the screen and update everything going on the screen. To get that to happen, and essentially how you handle anything interactive in React, use what's known as useState. So the first thing we have to do is import useState up the top of our application right there. So we import useState, and anything that we expect the user to interact with, for example, the toggling of the modal, instead of defining these variables as we traditionally would, we instead define them as React stateful variables. So we would say const, and then we use these square parentheses, and we enter in the name of the variable, show modal. There is a second element to this array, and it's set followed by whatever the name of the variable is. So in this case, it's going to be called set show modal, and that's going to be equal to useState. We call it as a function. This is a React hook, and we provide an optional default value. So I'm going to set the default to false. Now I'm just going to comment out this line, and we have to update this function. So instead of reassigning it, we now call the setter function and pass in the new value. So these changes right here have changed show modal from being a traditional variable to a React stateful variable, which means that we can now interact with it and it will repaint the screen. Lo and behold, our clicking now works perfectly. Now, you can absolutely still use regular variables in React. Once again, whenever we expect to be interacting with the value and consequently changing something on the screen, we use a stateful variable instead. And for constant values that don't really change, we can use traditional variables. Now, while we're actually defining state, all of these buttons are going to have their values or the clicked value occupied as a state. So I'm going to define a new state. This one's going to be const poison, set poison is equal to useState, and the default value for this one is going to be individual. So the first one. The second one is going to be for the muscle groups. So I'm just going to call this one muscles and set muscles. And this one is going to have a default value of an array. And then I'm going to have a third one that's const goals and set goals. And that's going to have a default value of, which one? I reckon has to be one of, it has to be one of these. So I'm going to default it to strength and power. So we're just going to copy that and paste that in as the default value. So now we have three stateful variables, and with that we can actually go ahead and create the last selection. So that's just going to be another header plus the buttons that follow. We're going to paste that underneath this div right here. And instead of having object.keys workouts, this one is going to just be object.keys schemes like that. And I'm going to change this to say scheme and scheme index, and then we will also update the values. So the key takes the new key and the value is the type, just like that. So now we can see that shows up down here. The primary difference is that this is a grid layout, and we're just going to set it to a default of gridcols 3 and not have an update to gridcols 4. So now we have these buttons. So that's pretty much everything we need to select our workout. Our modal doesn't work just yet, but for the minute we're going to go ahead and just update this to 03. That should say become Juggernaut, like so. That would actually be a pretty cool app name. And then after this we're going to type in here, select your ultimate objective, followed by a period. So that's going to update this last one, become Juggernaut. And now what we want to do is add some on-click events to these buttons. Pretty straightforward, on-click, and we're just going to use an anonymous arrow function. And the reason we do this is because if you look at the modal example, here we directly assigned the function. If we were instead to call the function like that, it would instead break our whole application, and because it would call this when the page is actually painted. So if we instead want to avoid that, we call our set state from within an anonymous arrow function and everything stays happy. So this one's going to be set poison, and we're just going to assign the type, which is the type of workout. What we could actually do is give this some dynamic styling. So we can select this class name in squiggly parentheses, curly parentheses, and we can add on it type is equal to poison question mark, and have some conditional styles. So if true, apply these styles. If false, apply these styles. And what we can just do is we can set the border to blue 400 in the case where it's not clicked, and we can set the border blue 600 permanently in the case that it is clicked. So now what will happen is we can see individual is default selected, and as we now select them, the styles update as the state changes. So we can just maintain a selected state. Now we want to do the exact same thing for strength and power. So what I'm actually going to do is just copy this map, because we have updated the styles, and displace the one down here. And I'm going to, well, actually even better than that, we can just copy the returned button instead. That way we don't have to do everything again. And all I'm going to do is update some values. So scheme replaces the index, and wherever it says type, it goes to scheme. So now that's all working. However, we have to update the set state. So this is going to say set goals equal to scheme. So now I can refresh the page, and we should have strength and power being the default. But we also have to make sure that scheme matches goals. I guess that should be set goal, singular, set goal. So I'll just modify that real quick and come down here and remove the S's as well. That should just be goal. And that should just be goal. So now we have individual as the default selection. We can change it, and we have strength and power as the default selection, but we can change that too. As for our modal, what we want to do is in this section here, I want to have a class of flex col, and in here, what I want to do is map over all of the options dependent on what is selected. I might also give this a padding of 3 just to match the header. Or at least a padding X and a padding bottom of 3. In here we can say, so we're going to be accessing the workouts and then the specific poison, keeping in mind that these are the poisons. So it's going to be workouts. However, we have to turn it into an array. If we want to map, note that individual returns an array, however the rest of them do not. So we're going to need to be a little bit smarter. So we're going to say, if poison is equal to individual, question mark, then we want to just return workouts for that poison. Otherwise, we want to return, it's going to be these ones. So it's going to be object.keys workouts of the poison. And now we're going to wrap that whole conditional statement inside of circular parentheses, and then we can map over whatever array is evaluated from that, be it workouts or poison or the object.keys version. And in here we can say muscle group and muscle group index, and then after that we can return an arrow function, and from here we can return a button that has a paragraph which contains the muscle group. Keeping in mind that we have to have the unique key, which is once again why I got the muscle group index. That's going to be our unique key. So now we can see the muscle groups do indeed come up, which is perfect. And I'm once again going to give this the class of uppercase. And we're also going to say .replace all any underscores with spaces. So now that's all uppercase. We actually want that to be. Honestly, I don't even mind having it like that. And I'm just going to say on the button, I'm going to give it a class of hover text blue 400 and a duration of 200. So now when we hover, we can see the color changes. And likewise, what we want to do is on click, we want to have a function. So we're going to pass in a function. I'm actually going to define it up here. So it's going to be a function. We're going to say update muscles. And in it, we're going to pass in the muscle group. And we're going to have a couple of statements. We're going to say if muscles.length is greater than 3, actually greater than 2, we're just going to return, simply because we want to have a guard clause and we don't want them to be able to train too many muscles. That's going to be overwhelming. Then we're going to say if if poison is equal to individual, well, actually better said, not equal to individual, then we're going to just say set muscles is equal to an array that contains the muscle group. And we're going to return after this. Having these guard clauses and structuring it like this prevents us from having nested if-else statements, which is just much neater. And then if it's neither of the above two, what we're going to do is we're going to say if muscles.includes muscle group, that means that we've got a type of individual and the muscle is already included. So we want to set muscles equal to muscles.filter. The second click is always to remove it. So we're going to take the value and we're going to say val is not equal to muscle group. So we're essentially just going to set muscles to an array that filters out the muscle group that we've just clicked on to remove it. Then we'll return from that. And otherwise, we're just going to set muscles. We're going to spread the current value of muscles. And then we're going to add the muscle group. So I know that was a bit complicated, but it looks pretty tidy. So now we can come down into our little muscle groups. And what we can do is have some conditional styling once again, and we can just say plus muscles.includes muscle group, question mark. If it does, we have some styling. If it doesn't, if it does, we can set text blue 400. And we have to now assign the function. So in here, we can just call update muscles and pass in the muscle group. So now we can see that whenever I click one, it updates the value. And if I go up to individual, then our muscle groups show all of these, and we can click up to 3. Well, actually, it's only allowing us to click 2. And it looks like our filter is not working either. So let's just quickly check in with that. The first thing I'm going to do is say greater than 3. And the mistake that's happening is we need to be able to run this clause first. So if muscles includes muscle group set muscles, that's actually the first clause. Otherwise our removal logic won't work. So if we come down in here, I can add a third one, then I can remove it and I can unselect all of them and select a new 3. So that's pretty nifty. For all the other thing we'll do for all the instances where we aren't setting numerous muscle groups, we're just going to say set show modal, set that equal to false. What this will do, if I have a bro split and I hit one, it's going to close it by default. And for this case just here, I'm going to say if muscles.length is equal to, well actually, equal to 3, then we're likewise just going to set show modal false. So now what will happen is if I go back to the individual and start picking through muscle groups, when I hit the third one, it's going to close it because that's all we're allowed. Now the last thing we can do that's super cool is we can come down to this section right here and we can wrap it in some curly parentheses for some conditional rendering. And we're just going to say muscles.length equals 0 question mark. If it is, we'll return that statement. Otherwise, what we'll do is we'll return muscles.join with a space. And we're also going to make sure that this has a class of capitalize. So now we can see I've got a few of them, which is pretty complicated. That's because when I go up here, I need to actually reset it. So we just want to make sure that when we set a new poison, we set muscles equal to a blank array. So now when I go to bro split, it resets. When I click on bro split, it shows push, so that's pretty cool. When I click on this, we can get shoulders. And when I go to individual, we can select numerous muscle groups. And it's allowing me to have 4 now, which is not what I wanted. So let's bring that down to a 3 again. Sorry, a 2. So if I just reset that, triceps, chest, and back, and it's not, maybe that should be a 2. So let's try that once more. Individual, 1, 2, 3. Okay, so that's working. And then if I remove one and add another one, so that's going to close. So this workout could be biceps, chest, and shoulders, and it's a strength and power. Now at the very bottom, we're going to want a button, and the button we're going to use is actually the same as our very first button. So repeated code, we're thinking component. So we're going to have button.jsx. We're going to RFC that bad boy, and we're just going to copy that, paste it right in here. And for this text, we're going to instead replace it with some curly parentheses, and the props is going to be, we're going to destructure the button text out from the props. So that's going to be the name that we assign to the variable. And now what we can do is just call the button, ensuring that it gets imported up the top. We can pass in the text, which is accept and begin, and we can just close the button. Happy days. So our first button still works, accept and begin, and now we can reuse this button inside of our new component at the bottom of generator, underneath all of these sections, and the text can say formulate, and we just want that to be within the wrapper, and we have to make sure that we import it. So now we have our new button, formulate, and the other thing I'm going to do is just give it some MX Auto styling so that it always self-centers in the middle of the page and only takes up a certain amount of width. So that's looking pretty neat. It's still super responsive, which is nice. The only thing I want to add is in the generator section for these buttons here and above. So this button as well, I just want to add a padding X of 4 and a padding X of 4 on this one as well. just to tidy it up a bit. Strength, power, growth, hypertrophy, cardiovascular, and endurance. So now we can actually start formulating some workouts. In here, inside of the utils folder, I'm going to create a new file called functions.javascript. This is going to have a function called generate workout. And it's not a React component, so it's just going to be lowercase, and I'm going to make sure that's exported so that I can access it in different components. Now, this is going to be a mighty great function that's going to take all of the information in Generator and build it into a workout from the workouts that we have. However, the one thing that we need is we actually need to create the workout in this component. So in here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say const workout and set workout is equal to use state, and I'm just going to have it as a null value for the minute. And the other thing I'm going to do is actually only conditionally render workout. So I'm going to say if workout exists, only then do we actually render out a workout, because there's no point in rendering it out if we don't have one. Now, we're defining the workout in here so that we can pass it down into the workout component. That's where we're going to eventually display it. So we could come into this and just, we can say props, and we can destructure out the workout from the props pretty simply. However, the one complicated thing is that to actually create the workout in the app level up here, we somehow need access to all of these different preferences that we set down in here. And there's no way to actually pass state up through components. You can only pass it down. So what we instead need to do is set these states in the higher level component where we always have access to them, and actually pass them down instead of defining them in the generator component itself. So all we have to do for that is we just pass them all down. Poison, set poison is equal to set poison. And I'm just going to format this so it looks a little bit nicer. The next one is muscles is equal to muscles. Then we have set muscles is equal to set muscles. And goal is equal to goal, and set goal is equal to set goal. So as I said before, we're doing this so that we can instead have access to all of these values in our top level component, the app, which is where we will need that information in order to generate our workout. So if we save that, that's all passed down. Now we have to destructure out these values, otherwise this component is going to be rather unhappy. So we can destructure muscles and set muscles. We can destructure poison and set poison. And we can destructure goal and set goal from props. And our application is now still working perfectly functionally. The only change is that we have all this information up here, which is super legit. And that's going to allow us to create the function, which is update workout. Update workout is basically going to say let new workout equal to the function that we're returning from here. So we're going to call generate workout. We're going to make sure that we import generate workout up here. We're going to pass in some arguments to this function. So we're going to pass in poison, muscles, and goal. And then we're going to say set workout is equal to new workout. We're also going to have to pass this function down. But the other thing I'm just going to do is add in a quick little guard clause that says, if not muscles, oh, well, actually, better said, if muscles is an array. So let's just say if muscles.length is less than 1, so if it's equal to 0, we don't want to actually do anything because we don't have any muscles to train. But now we can additionally pass this function down to the generator, because this is where the formulate button is. So we can just pass that down, come into our generator, destructure it, and consequently assign it to our formulate button just here. So I could say function is equal to update workout. We're going to use a generic term. And inside of our button, I can destructure function out, and I can assign that as the onClick event to happen. So in this particular case, we've actually passed this function through a couple of different states. It's assumed some different names. And we can prove that it works by coming into functions, and in here I can console.log hi mum, and if we open up our browser, inspect, go to the console, and click through some stuff. So let's go bodybuilder split. I'll do a back workout and hit that. We can see that function does in fact get called, which is perfect. Looks like we've got some overflowing text. And the way that I'm going to resolve the overflowing text is actually by coming into our generator, and down the bottom, instead of having grid cols 3, well, I guess we're going to keep it. We're just going to go grid cols 1 until the small screen, then we'll go up to a 3. So it just means that these ones are going to exist vertically until we jump up the screen size and it fits like that, which I think is just a nicer mobile layout. So we've established that our function now works. We can go ahead and pass in all of our information. So I'm just going to call this args, and we can destructure out const muscles, poison, and goal from args. So for this particular file here, I would once again recommend copying it from the GitHub code, just because it is a lot of complicated stuff that isn't really related to React. And it's basically just an algorithm developed to pull really good workout combinations from these exercises based on the inputs. But with that done, and if you copy and paste this in here, we can go ahead and call that generate function right there, and we should be able to console.log new workout and set new workout. So let's just try that in our application. If we go individual and we go triceps and biceps, strength and power, and if we formulate, let's see if we got anything back. Go to the console, and the one thing we just have to quickly update is to make sure we pass these down as an object instead of just the individual arguments. And now when we hit formulate down here, you can't see it, but we formulate a workout of different exercises at the bottom. So yeah, I would just really recommend copying and pasting that across. You can go through and see if you can figure out how it works if you like. But that's going to create a new workout for us that we can go ahead and display on our screen. So that workout will get passed into our workout component right here. And so we can go ahead and start styling that accordingly. So inside of workout, the first thing we're going to do, very similar to generator, is return the section wrapper. So we can copy that across and paste it in here. And we will need to close that and consequently import the section wrapper. Now the text that we're going to have here is danger in the middle. This one is going to say zone, and you probably guessed it, the first one is going to say the, and then after this we can make sure that we have the equals there, the danger zone, and the text is going to say welcome to the danger zone. So we have that showing up, we have our workout, and underneath that we can start designing our workout layout. Now this is actually going to be pretty easy because we can just have a div. We can give it a class of flex col, a gap of maybe 4. And in here what we can do is say workout.map, and we can say exercise and the index, and we can just return what's going to be our exercise card. So we're going to create a component called exercise card.jsx, RFC that, and we'll expect some props, which is just going to be the workout, or the exercise better said, and we can design that accordingly. So inside of here, we can now render out exercise card, hit enter on that, and we can pass in the exercise, and we can set exercise is equal to exercise, and we can set the key equal to the unique index, which we always have to do. So if we save that and save that, we can see that we already get 4 exercise cards, which is pretty neat. Now we just need to make them look pretty. The exercise card itself is going to have a class of padding 4, a rounded of medium, a display of flex column, a gap of 4, a background of slate 950, and on small we're going to say flex wrap. Inside of here we're going to have another div. This is going to have a class of flex column, but on a small it's going to have a flex row. We're going to say on small breakpoints and above item center, and on small breakpoint and above we'll say flex wrap as well, and we'll give that a gap x of 4. And in here we're going to have an h4. This is going to have a class name of text 3xl hidden until the small screen where it will be in line. On the small we're going to say text 4xl. Medium's going to be text 5 extra large, font of semi bold, and a text of slate 400. In here we're going to render out a 0 and then the index plus 1. Currently we're not passing down the index, but we want to, because that's going to allow the user to track how many of the exercises they've done. So we'll just create a new one. Index is equal to I. We'll save that. And then adjacent here we can just have the h2. This is going to contain exercise.name.replace all, and we're just going to replace any underscores with a space. And we can come over here and give this a class of capitalize. White space is going to be no wrap. Truncate if need be. A max width of full. Text large. On a small screen we're going to go text extra large. Medium we're going to go text 2xl. We'll give it a flex of 1. And on a medium screen we'll text center it. Finally, after that we're going to have a paragraph tag. This is going to have a class of text small. Text slate 400 and capitalize. The paragraph tag is going to have exercise.type in there, and that's going to be enough for that div. Underneath that, well, we should actually be able to see it pop up. So here we can see the start of our little workout card. 0 nan is not good. I plus 1. Let's see what's happening there. Sorry, that should just be I. So now we're getting the type, the name, and all that good information. This should actually be text center, which it is on a larger screen. So that's all good. But I might actually make it so that happens on a small screen. So as soon as we get that other one come up, it should center itself as it does, and then it gets larger. So underneath this div, we're going to have another one. It's going to have a class of flex col. Then we're going to have an h3. This is going to say muscle groups. And in here, we're going to have a paragraph that just contains the exercise.muscles.join. And we're going to join them by a space, then the ampersand and another space. The h3 is going to have a class of text slate 400 text small, and the paragraph is going to have a class of capitalize. Underneath that div, we'll have another one. This one is going to have a div of grid cols 2 until we get to a small screen, then we'll bump it up to a grid cols 4. We'll, on a small screen, say place items center, above a small breakpoint, and we'll give it a gap of 2. And in here, we're going to have a couple of mapped items. So we're going to have the curly parentheses, then an array. The array is going to have reps, then we're going to have rest, and then we're going to have tempo. And we'll map them out as, we'll call it info. And in here, we're going to return a div that has a class of flex col, a padding of 2, a rounded, and then a border of a custom 1.5 pixels, border solid, and a border of slate 900, and a width of full. Inside of, we'll close that div. We also have to make sure that we give it a key. The key is going to be equal to info, since the key name is already guaranteed to be unique. This is going to have an h3 that contains some information. We're going to say if info is equal to reps, like so, then we're going to display a template literal string. So that should actually just be the backticks, double backticks, and in here we're going to have a JavaScript value that's exercise.unit, and otherwise we're going to have info like so, and then beneath that we're going to have the value associated, so that'll be a paragraph tag, and that's just going to say exercise at info, and we'll give this a class of font medium. So if we go ahead and save that, we can see the reps, rest, and tempo is showing up, which is pretty cool. If we come out, that goes over there. Looks pretty tidy. The other thing we want to do for the h3 is capitalize it and give it some classes. So we're going to say capitalize and also a text of slate 400 and a text of small. So that's going to look a little bit neater. There we can see it there. So we've got the muscle groups. We've got the exercise display, and then underneath this div, we're going to have a button. So right in here, we're going to have a button. Well, actually, this goes within the div, so this is like essentially the fourth item. This is going to have a class of flex column, a padding of 2. We'll say rounded, a border of a custom 1.5 pixels, so we use these square parentheses, a duration of 200, border solid, border blue 900. On a hover, we'll give it a border of blue 600. And then we'll say width of full and a duration of 200. In here, we're going to have an h3. It's going to have the same styling as the one above. So it'll be text slate 400, text small and capitalize. And that's going to have sets completed. And then underneath that, we're going to have a paragraph tag that has a class of font medium. And in here, it's going to say sets completed, which doesn't exist yet, at the ith index or 0 out of 5. Now, this is a state that we're going to define. It can just be local to this component. We don't need it anywhere else. Use state, and this is just going to track the sets. So we'll say const sets completed, set sets completed is equal to use state, and we'll set it to 0 initially. I always like to define my state underneath the props. So with that done, we can come down here. Now this is going to have an interesting onClick function. So we're going to say onClick, and we're going to assign handle count, handle set increment, which is a function we can define up the top. So here we can define the function handle set increment, and all we want to do in here is say sets completed. It's going to be the current value sets completed plus 1 remainder 5. So we will remainder 5. So that way it can never get more than 5. So we'll increment it and then we'll go up to 5. So currently that value is not changing, and that can actually just be like that. So now we can see we have this incrementer where someone can just track the number of sets that they've done for, and I think that actually just needs to go to 6. So that they can have a complete set count, and we can have one for every different exercise. So you can go through and have all your different sets. And honestly, that's pretty much the whole application. The last thing we should actually just do though is make sure that the buttons take us between the sections. So in here, what we're going to do is where we have the section wrapper, we're also going to render out an ID value and set the ID equal to the ID. That way when we click the function, we can actually scroll to the ID. So in the hero, here we want to provide a function to the button. So we're going to say func, that's the keyword we use. And that can be an arrow function that just says window.location.href is equal to / and then we'll actually just ID. It can be generate. So we can ensure that our generator has the ID equal to generate. And so when we click accept and begin, that scrolls us to the generate section. And then the other one that we want is to come into our index.css, and on everything, well, specifically on our HTML document, we just want to say scroll behavior is smooth. And so now when we accept and begin, as you can see up here, we hit accept and begin, it scrolls us down to this. We can generate a bro split of strength and power, and we can formulate that workout. And you can see that whenever I click this, we get a brand new workout. So we can continue to do everything, and it's got the reps and the sets completed and all that good stuff. But yeah, the other one we wanted to do is when we hit formulate, we want to come down. So we also have to, on the workout, provide an ID here equal to, we'll just call it workout. And then when we hit the button that's inside generator, and we have this function down here called update workout is passed down from the main function. If we recall, update workout is here. So after we've set the workout, then what we want to do is we want to say window.location.href is equal to workout. So now when I click formulate, it scrolls us down to the workout, and we can do that all over again. And there's actually one thing I forgot to do inside of our exercise card because I'm a Muppet. It's we have to add another div just above the tracking information right here that has a div of class flex col background of slate 950 rounded, and we'll also have a gap of 2. And in here what we want to do is just say exercise.description .split, and we want to split on the triple underscore, and then we want to map over this and take the val, and in here we want to return just a div, and this div can have a class of text small, and I think on this parent we'll also give it a padding of 2 and a gap. Yeah, that's fine. Cool. And so inside of here what we can do is we can just render out the val. So that's just going to give us this description right here, and I think I'm actually going to change my mind on the padding. We'll remove that. So now every exercise comes with a whole description as well. That was super important. And with that all done, it's time we deploy our web application. So what I'm going to do is commit this code to my GitHub. I'm going to add the repository. Here I'm using GitHub Desktop, but if you're using Git, then I have some good instructions for that. I'm going to select the current repository, create a GitHub repo here, initialize it with a README, and we're going to say the ultimate gym training app built with React and Tailwind CSS. Create the repository. We're going to publish it, going to keep it public. You can go and star it. That's what you'll find it under on GitHub. And from GitHub, we can come over to Netlify. We'll log in with our account. You might need to create one. Mine's associated with my GitHub. And once I'm inside, I can come here. We're going to add a new site. We're going to import from an existing project, deploy from GitHub. I'm going to have to authorize GitHub. And in here, down the bottom, you can click configure the Netlify app with GitHub. We're going to do that. Scroll down to the bottom, select repositories, search for Swoley Fit, save that. And once that's saved, we can search in here, Swoley Fit, and that will show up, and we should be able to click on that. It's going to recognize that it's a React project, and we can hit deploy, and that's going to deploy our project for us. And now that that looks like it's done, we can quickly come over to site configuration, and domain management. And here where we have our domain, if we click on it, it takes us to our live website. But we can go a step further, edit the site name to be swolleyfit.netlify.app, save that, and that is now our new project URL. We can come in, build a workout, individual, pick our muscle groups, the type of workout, formulate a workout, and we have it here. We can work through the sets. We've got the rest, the tempo, descriptions, and it looks cash money. And that, my friends, is pretty much the whole entire video. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you have learned loads about React. Should be everything you need to go and develop your own phenomenal React applications. With the project now done, I challenge you to add your own personal flair to it. It's a great way to extend your knowledge, and you've got a lot of examples of how to do absolutely everything down there. Change the colors, change the fonts, change the text, change the functionality. And once you've done that, tag me in it. Tag me in it on Twitter or LinkedIn. I'd love to see what you guys come up with. And yeah, thank you so much for watching. If you have enjoyed the video, be sure to smash the like and subscribe buttons. Don't forget to star the repo. And with that said, I'll catch you guys in the next video. Peace. What's good, team? Welcome to another Small James coding tutorial, where today we're going to be building FreeScribe. As mentioned earlier, this is a browser-based application that will run two machine learning models. We're talking transcription and translation. It essentially works by starting the recording. The recording can be infinitely long, indefinitely long as you like, or equally we can upload a file. Then we stop the recording, we hit transcribe. The application is going to transcribe that audio for us. Here we can see it. And then we can copy, we can download as a text file, or we can come in here, translate it, pick a language of our choosing. Let's say we went for Danish, and we can translate that file. And here we have the translation showing up in Danish from our transcription. And you can go ahead and copy and download that equally, or even translate it into a different language. All the links for everything that we'll need in the video are in the description down below, including the link to the GitHub repository if you want to check that out. So let's get started. So to dive into the code, we're going to start off inside of our terminal just here, inside the directory of your choosing. And we're also going to open up the Tailwind CSS with Vite, and we're going to be initializing a React project just here. So it's going to be pretty simple. We're just going to copy the commands across. So that's npm create vite at latest, and this is going to be free-scribe template react. Hit enter on that. That's going to install our project, and now we can go ahead and open that up inside of our VS Code or your editor of choice. And so essentially what we've got here is we've got a boilerplate project. We have an app.css. We can actually go ahead and delete that. We have an app.jsx, which we can gut of everything, and we can just return an empty div for the second. We can get rid of some of the code that we just don't need. And same in the index.css, we can remove everything in there as well. So with that, we're going to open up a terminal inside of our VS Code, and we are going to finish off copying some of these commands across. So I'm going to copy and paste this. Link to this document is going to be in the description down below. So same with the GitHub repository, should you need it. And now that that is finished installing, we can copy and paste this other command across to initialize the Tailwind CSS file. And then finally, we can copy this config stuff across into our Tailwind config and copy these directives into our index.css. So that's all good on that end. We should be able to go and boot up our project by typing npm run dev, and that is going to start up on the localhost 5173. Paste that in there, and then we can test if this is working by having an h1 tag that has a class of text green 400, and here I can say hello. That shows up green and everything is working. So now that we have our Tailwind React app up and running, the next thing we're going to do is import some Google fonts. But at this point, I should mention that the way we're going to build out this app is first by doing the UI UX. So that's going to be all of the componentry, all of the state, the design, the styling, and all that good stuff. And then the second half is going to be all of the functionality. And so that's going to be actually working with the ML models, doing the transcription, the translation, and all that good stuff. But anyway, back to the fonts. For the fonts, what we're going to do is come into Google Fonts just here, and we're going to have Open Sans and Poppins. You can see I've got Open Sans and Poppins already prepared. And you're just going to add all of the non-italicized fonts. And we can go ahead and now copy this whole link tag just here and paste that in the index.html file that we have inside the head tags underneath the title. We can also change the title to say free scribe. And what that's going to allow us to do is come in here and target our entire document using the asterisk and say font family is Open Sans with a backup of sans serif. And then we're going to target the H1, the H2, the H3, and dot bold, and just give them all a font family of Poppins. And this is going to mean that all of our headers and bold text is in Poppins, and we should also add the backup of sans serif likewise. While we're here, we're also going to come into our Font Awesome 6.0 CDN package. Now, this is just for an icon set that we can use, and so we're just going to copy this top link tag and once again paste it in the index underneath the title. And now we can save that, close that file, close our index.css, and come into our app. So here we have our project up and running. Now, the very first thing we're going to do is set the overall text color, some of the font sizes, and the background color of our page. And for that, we're actually going to come back into this index.html once more and find this div with the ID of root, and this is where our entire document gets rendered out. Now in here, we're going to give this a class of background gradient to right from blue 50 to transparent, and a text of slate 700, and a text of small until a small breakpoint, which the text becomes text base size. Now there we can see that has been applied, which is perfect. And now inside of our app, here we have a div. We're going to give this a class of flex and flex column. And then inside of here, we're going to have a section. This section is going to contain our header, and it's also going to contain our main. And then underneath at the bottom of the page, we're going to have the footer. And the section is going to have a class of min height screen. So that's going to apply that background color everywhere. We're also going to give that a class of flex col. And then we'll also come up to the div container and give that a padding of 4. That's going to push everything in a bit. And then for this main here, this is going to have a class of flex1. And now we should be able to have an h1 tag here that just says free scribe. We'll wrap the scribe section inside of a span to make it look extra pretty. So this can have a class of text blue 400. So there we have free scribe showing up. That looks all good. On the other side of that, we're going to have a button. And this is going to say new, but it's actually going to say new inside of a paragraph. We're going to come into Font Awesome Icons and search the plus from their free icons. Copy this icon and paste it after the new, remembering to change class to class name for React. The button can have a class of flex item center gap of 2. The header itself can have a class of flex items center justify between and a gap of 4. And the main div that we can have a max width of 1000 pixels. So that custom amount has to go inside square braces. an MX of auto or a margin X of auto, and a width of full. So if we come back into our document, we can see that we have free scribe, we have our new button. We'll style this shortly. The next thing we're going to do is our main. And if we give this a BG of green 400, we can see that's the space that it is occupying. Now we can see just here that this padding 4 is making that overflow. So what I'm going to do is actually remove the padding and add the padding to the items independently. So we're going to have the padding 4 on the header and the padding 4 on the main. And that just means that this green section is going to perfectly match the height of the page. And then what we can do with that is give this a class of flex column once again, justify center, which is going to put everything into the center of the page. And so if I go like this, we can see that shows up down there. Now, while we're here, what I'm also going to do is create a new folder called components inside of our source directory. And the first component we're going to have in there is called homepage.jsx. Now, if we type RFC, we can export a default component. And the reason I'm doing this is because I don't want too much logic on this main page. And so I'm just going to copy out this main, paste it in here, save that, and then I can just render out homepage. Really easy. It's going to look exactly the same, but it's going to be much neater. I'm going to do exactly the same with the header. So we're going to have a new file called header.jsx. We're going to RFC that. And in here, we're going to paste our header logic. So now I can just import the header. And suddenly we have the same application, but the whole thing just looks infinitely better. So after we've done that, we can now come into our home page and start styling this out. Now this component has a flex column, and I'm going to give this a gap of 3, and on a small breakpoint or larger, we're going to go to a gap of 4, and on a medium, we're going to go to a gap of 5. In the top just here, I'm going to have an H1 tag, and this is going to say free. And then likewise, we're going to have a span, and this is going to say scribe. The span is going to say class text blue 400. And the one thing we're going to have to do in here is give this the class of bold to make sure that the font stays as Poppins. After that, we can say font semi-bold. So it's going to be fat, but that should actually be on the H1 tag. So we're going to say class font semi-bold. And we're going to say text 5XL. On a small breakpoint or larger, we're going to go to a text 6XL. And on a medium or larger, we're going to go to a text 7XL. Nice and large. Likewise with this header up here, we're going to have to come in and just quickly add that bold back to free scribe. And I might also just say class font medium on that H1, just to embolden it a little bit more. And now back to our home page just here. The next one we're going to have is an H3. This is going to have a class of font medium. And in here, we're going to say record. And then we're going to have a span with a class of text blue 400. And in here, we're going to have the HTML entity for a right arrow, which is and a right arrow like that. We can see that shows up. And then we're going to have a record transcribe. And then we're going to have that same span again. And then finally, we're going to have translate. So that's just going to look nice and tidy as we have here. We're also going to say text center so that everything is centered. And now as we come up onto a bigger page, we can see that it's just going to grow. And we'll want to set some font sizes. So on a medium, we're just going to say text large. So it just gets bigger twice. The other thing I'm going to do on this main is just give it a padding bottom of 10. That's going to maybe even 20. Just going to push everything up a little bit. And then after that, we're going to have a button. Now this button is going to be a special button. But essentially it's going to have a paragraph tag that says record. And then after that, we're going to come back into font awesome icons, and we are going to look for the microphone. Here's the mic. We're going to copy that icon, paste it just in here. Make sure to swap class for class name. So now we have our little mic. This is going to have a class of flex, item center, text base, so that it's always the base size. We're also going to say justify between gap of 4, mx of auto, and it might say width of 72, max width full. So it's just looking like that. I'm also going to give this one in particular an my of 4, just so it spreads things out. And then after the button, we're going to have a paragraph tag that says or, and then this is going to get a bit confusing, but we're going to have a label just in here, and this is going to say upload, and we'll also have an input that has a class of hidden and a type of file, and we want to accept only .mp3 or .wav files. We'll close that input, and this is going to say upload. Now we already have upload, but I'm just going to make that lowercase, and we're going to give this a class of text blue, cursor pointer, hover text blue 600, duration 200, and then after the label we can carry on our sentence and just say an mp3 file. So that shows up there. That text blue isn't working, and that's because that should be a 400. So that's nice and neat. I'm going to make sure that this is always text base so that it doesn't get too small. And then finally, after this paragraph, I'm going to have one more that just says free now, free forever. And this is going to, I actually don't like the exclamation, but this is going to have a class of italic and a text of slate 500, just so it's like that. So after that, the next thing we're going to do is come into our index.css, and we're going to create a new style called special button. Now this is a relatively simple button. Essentially what we're going to do is set the background to white, and we're going to give it a box shadow of 0 pixels, 14 pixels, 55 pixels, RGBA 96, 165, 255, and 0.35 for the opacity. We're also going to give it a transition duration of 200 milliseconds, and we're going to give it a special button hover effect that just sets the opacity to 0.8. So that is pretty straightforward. And now what we can do is take our special button, come into our header, and give this the special button class. Paste that in there. We can see our button semi shows up. We'll have to make sure that we give it a padding X of 4, padding Y of 2, and a rounded. It's probably going to be a rounded large. And we're also going to say text blue 400. So there's our first button. And we're going to do exactly the same on our record just here. And so that is in our record. Here is the button. This is going to be special button. We're going to say px4, py2, rounded, extra large. And honestly, let's just see what that looks like as a px of 2. No, definitely want the px of 4. And there is our record button. And likewise, I'm going to change the record to be a class of text blue 400, just so that looks nice and pretty. So now we have a system where we can upload a file that works well. It selectively chooses that we've got free now, free forever, or we can record. We'll get to that logic soon, or we can hit new. And so now we can get to the next section where if we come back into our app.jsx, we can add in some conditional logic. So how that's going to work is we're going to wrap homepage inside of curly braces, then circular braces, and we're going to have a Boolean check here. So there's going to be bool check. Then we're going to have a question mark, If it's true, we're going to render something, otherwise we're going to render home page. And the things we're going to check for is either a file, so we'll need file or set file as a state. These can be initialized to have a default value of null. And then after that, we're also going to check for an audio stream or set audio stream. And essentially what this means is audio stream is a live recording, and file is if we upload a file. So here we can say is audio available is equal to file or audio stream, and that can be our Boolean check. So if we don't have any audio available, we'll render out the home page. And if we do, then we can render out a new component, which we haven't created yet. And that is going to be called, in our components new folder, file display.jsx. We'll RFC to export that as a default component. And now we can come in here and just render out file display. Happy days, everyone is happy, and now we have the file display. And the last thing we have to do is set file inside of our home page, pass that down as props, and same with set audio stream, pass both of them down as props to our home page. And then in here we just have to receive the props inside of the home page component and destructure out set audio stream and set file equals to props. And we'll come back to the audio stream shortly, but for the second, the set file is pretty straightforward. Essentially on our input down here, which we have right here, we're going to say on change, and we're going to pass it an arrow function that receives the event. We'll say const temp file is equal to e.target.files and take the first index, and then we're going to set file equal to temp file. So that should handle our upload and allow it to be accessible inside of our app state. And then we can once again pass that file down just here, or we can pass down the audio stream right there. The one other thing I'm going to do is define a function that is reset audio. And this is just going to say set file null and set audio stream null. And we're going to pass that down. I'm actually going to change that to handle audio reset. And we're just also going to pass that down into the file display so that we can receive all of those things in here. So we can receive, handle, audio reset, file, and audio stream is equal to props. And I could probably go ahead and console.log these values. But the first thing I'm actually going to do is we're going to have a similar component to what we have in here. So I'm just going to copy this main tag into our file display. And I'm going to replace this last one just here. And I'm also going to copy this h1 into file display. Except this one's going to be, every text size is just going to come down by 1. And this is going to say your space file. So now if I upload a file, I would expect this file display to appear. Let's just upload this one right here, and we get your file, so that is working perfectly. And beneath that, what I could do is have a div that has a class of flex item center gap of 2, and in here we could have an h3 that has a class of font semi-bold, and this can just have name, and then after that we can have a paragraph that has the file.name. So there we have the file.name. That is all good. And I might just give this an mx of auto so that it self-centers. And I think what I'm going to do for this one is actually just keep the mx auto, but I'm going to give it a flex and a flex col and a text left. So that's just going to put the name there instead. And then finally under this, we're going to have another div that has a class of flex item center justify between and a gap of 4. And we're going to have a button that's just going to be plain. That's going to say reset, and that's going to be class text slate 400. Let's save that, so that shows up there. And then the other one is going to be a button with a class of special button px4py2 rounded large, you know the deal. And that's going to say transcribe. So there's our transcribe, and we'll once again say text blue 400 for our button consistency. And we'll probably come in here and add an icon. So I might just wrap that in a paragraph tag so we can separate them. But with these, we can essentially say on this whole thing here, we could say width fit, max width full, and mx of auto. And that's just going to keep everything nice and concise. And around this div here, I'm just once again going to say MB4, push that down, and we could probably make that an MY4 to be honest, so everything's a bit more spread out. But now we have our action buttons, we've got our reset. We'll set the hover text blue 600, duration 200 on the reset. And then we can assign the on click is going to be handle reset audio. And so if I click that, we're back to square one. And so that is all working. Now for our transcribe icon, we're going to come in here and we're going to look for a pen. There's heaps of them obviously, but we just want one that looks pretty. And I think the one that catches my eye the best is going to be the pen nib just here. So we'll copy that icon and just paste that in here. Swap class equals for class name equals to, and we're also just going to give our button a flex, display of flex, items, center, and a gap of 2. And we can also give it a font of medium. And I might actually just drop the padding X on this one to a padding of 2 in general. So it's just going to be a bit more concise, and honestly I might do that with the header one as well. Well, actually, let's just try px of 3. Yeah, I think that looks the best. I might do that with the header one as well. It's just small. I've got px4, we'll drop it down to a padding x of 3. Reset, record, all that good stuff, free now, free forever. Just because I'm being pedantic, I'm going to come down to free now, free forever. Text slate 400. We just really want it to be, I think 400 is the best, just so it doesn't take up too much like attention real estate. So that little page is actually looking really nice. The next thing we have to do is manage the audio if we, should we choose to record something. Now this is a little bit more complicated, but the first thing we're going to do is come up to the top of our page and import some stuff from React. Now, one of these things is going to be use state. We're also going to need use effect, and we're going to need use reference. After that, we can define some state. The first one is going to be const recording status and set recording status, and that is going to be equal to use, just close all that, use state inactive initially, if I can spell that correctly. After that, we're going to have const audio chunks and set audio chunks is equal to use state, and that's going to be an empty array. And then finally, what we're going to do is set duration, and set duration is equal to use state, and that's going to be 0. After that, we can say const media recorder is equal to use ref, and that can have a null status to start. And then we're going to have const mime type is equal to audio/webm. Now we can start defining some functions. So we're going to have an asynchronous function called start recording and that is going to do a couple of things. The first thing we're going to do is define a parameter, a variable named temp stream. We're also going to console.log start recording. After that, we're going to have a try and a catch block that takes the error, If we get an error, we're going to console.log error.message, and we're going to return out of the function. But in the case where nothing does indeed go wrong, we're going to say const stream data is equal to navigator.media devices .get user media, and in here we're going to pass in an object to this function, this method. So there's our object, and this is going to say audio true and video false, so that we don't want to use the user's video. After that, we're going to set temp stream equal to stream data. And now for the rest of the function, we're going to say const media is equal to new media recorder, just here. This is going to take a few arguments. The first one's going to be our temp stream. And after that, we're going to pass an object with type is going to be MIME type, which we earlier defined. Now, this media recorder is the new recorder instance for recording the stream. So, create new media recorder instance using the stream. After that, what we're going to do is set this instance to our reference. So we're going to say media recorder. This is the reference that we defined here. We're going to say .current is equal to media. So these can be in the same line. And now what we can do is say media recorder.current and call the start method, and that's going to start recording. So once we're recording, we have a parameter called local audio chunks is equal to an array, and we can say media recorder.current.on data available is equal to a function that takes an event, and we can do some things here. So we can say if type of event.data equals undefined, then we just want to return. Equally, we can say if event.data.size is equal to 0, we want to return because that's basically no data in both of those cases. Otherwise, we want to take local audio chunks and push event.data to that array. And then after the data is available, we can set the audio chunks state to the local audio chunks. And so that's pretty much our whole recording function. And so logically, the next function we're going to define is one to stop recording. So this one can be called stop recording. And in here, what we're going to do is set recording status to inactive. And that's actually something I forgot to do in here. Just up here, we want to say set recording. Did I call it state? That should be status. Set recording status to recording. Whoopsies. And in here, we set it to inactive again. We stop recording, so we'll console.log stop recording. And then we can call our media recorder.current and call the stop method. And then we can say media recorder.current.onStop is once again equal to a function. And in here, what we're going to do is create an audio blob of the audio chunk. So that's going to be a new blob. We pass in the audio chunks, and we also pass in the type as the MIME type. So this is going to create an audio blob for us, which is handy dandy. And then all we have to do is set the audio stream, which is a method that we pass, a function that we pass down up here. We set that equal to the audio blob, and then we can reset audio chunks to the default value. So that's a lot to take in, but essentially all we're doing is we're getting access to the user's microphone, and then we're just recording the media chunks, and then upon stopping recording, we're creating a blob from the audio chunks. Now, the last thing we're going to do after this is call a use effect, and this use effect is going to be to basically have our recording count. So that people know the duration that they've recorded for. And so in here, we're just going to say if recording status is equal to inactive, then we just want to return out of it. Otherwise, what we're going to do is say const interval is equal to set interval And in here, we're going to pass in an arrow function, and we're just going to say set duration current plus 1. So that's just going to increment the duration, and that is going to occur every 1,000 milliseconds. And then out of this, we're just going to return clear interval. This is going to be the cleanup function, and we're just going to pass in our interval, which I can't spell, interval. So it's pretty simple. This is just going to allow us to have a clock on the screen that shows how long we've been recorded for. And so the reason this is cool is because now we can check if we're recording. And where we have record just here, this is the wrong record, we want this one. We can use some curly parentheses, check if the recording status is equal to inactive. And if it is, then we do in fact want to show recording. Otherwise, we want to show a template literal string that says stop recording. And actually, what I'm going to do is just add a div in here. This has a class of flex item center, a gap of 2. We're going to wrap this icon just there, and we're going to have a conditionally rendered. So duration, if duration exists, then we're going to have a paragraph tag that just says the duration, which is going to be the number of seconds, and just a little s afterwards. So that's going to sit at the very end. But the other thing I'd probably do is just come in here and set the duration back to 0 on our stop recording, just so that is done. And I'm going to make this a class of text extra small, sorry, a text small, and for the icon, I'm going to add a conditional style that says recording status equals recording. And if it is, we're going to change the color to text rows 400, maybe a 300. Otherwise, it's just going to be the standard color. So maybe we even want to add a duration of 200 on that. Duration of 200. So according to my theories, if everything works, well, actually, before I say that, last step is to add these on-click events. So if the recording status is equal to recording, then we want to assign the stop recording function. Otherwise, we want to assign start recording. So let's give this a shot. If I hit record, we get the audio. We start to count the duration. I've got the time that I'm recording for. And if I hit stop recording, we start recording at 10 seconds. However, the state did not reset. I guess it's just going to continue like this. But, you know, everything looks good, and that is the main thing, which is all hunky-dory. So now, the thing that hasn't happened here is that when I increase this page size, that new gap size is terrible. Can't have that. That's not acceptable. So we'll just bring that down a bit. That's the first thing. So we're going to get rid of the medium gap 5 in both components. So now that we've stopped recording, what we would actually want to happen is from our app component, we actually want to show the file display. And so this is where is audio available should be working. Now, it's obviously not. So what I'm going to do in here is define a use effect. And we are going to say use effect, open that up, and we're just going to console the value of audio stream. And this is going to track, obviously, audio stream. So let's refresh this page. We have nothing. We'll inspect it and come over to the console. And now if I record, start recording. Okay, so that's our issue, is that we're actually getting an error in the recording. Media recorder parameter 1 is not type media stream. And that's because I missed a critical await right there. Big, very important await. So now let's try that again. We're going to hit record. We start recording. That's all working. And now we stop, we get another issue, cannot read properties of null. So at least that all works and we know where it's going wrong. So essentially what's happened here is we're trying to read name from something that doesn't exist. And that's because here we're reading file.name where, file doesn't even exist. And so we can fix this very easily by just saying file ? If the file exists, then we want the file.name. Otherwise, we're going to say custom audio. So if we refresh this page, let's just record this audio for a couple of seconds, 3, 4, whatever it is. Stop the recording. We now have custom audio, happy days. Now, I'm not 100% on the styling here. So what I'm going to do for this file display is set a min width of 72. Is that going to work? Well, actually, instead of having width fit, what I'll do is just say that. Width 72. So that's going to push those over, which is chill. And now I want this. Where is that exactly? Here's the name. We have MX Auto on it. I'm just going to remove that. That's over to the side, so that's nice and neat. And then we can start to do all the other stuff. The one other thing I want to do is just say on a small screen, we're going to say width 96. Just because, it gets a bit bigger, we should make it a bit bigger. I also think that this new button up the top should stay the smaller size. So we're just going to pop into header really quickly and just set a text small on this bad boy. And now that's just going to keep that as that smaller size, which is what we want. And so now we are ready to actually record our audio. And so we can have a new file, which is going to be called transcribing.jsx. We will RFC that component. And this is a really neat component. Essentially what we're going to do is have a class name. It's going to be flex item center flex column justify center. And it's going to be a gap of 10 on a small screen. It's going to be on a medium screen. It's going to be a gap of 14. We're going to give it an PY of 24. And in here, we're going to use the same header as we have just in here. Except it's going to just say transcribing. So we'll get rid of the your. And we can wrap this inside of a div with a class of flex column, gap of 2, small gap of 4. And the other one we're going to have in here is a paragraph, which is going to have some conditional stuff. So this is going to say not downloading, ? If it's not downloading, we're going to say warming up cylinders. Otherwise, we're going to say core cylinders engaged. Now, obviously, downloading doesn't exist, but this is going to come from the main component. So we're going to say const downloading, destructure that out of props. And then after that, we're going to have another div that has a class of flex column, gap of 2, small gap 4. Max width of 500 pixels, MX Auto, and width full. And in here, we're going to map over some elements. So we're going to have 3 elements. We're going to say .map, take the value, and we're going to return a div that has a key equal to the value. It has to be a unique key. It's going to have a class name equal to curly parentheses, because we're going to have some extra stuff. And we're going to say rounded full height to small height 3, BG slate 400, and loading. And then the conditional style is going to be plus template literal string loading $value. So that's going to be loading 1, 2, 3 basically. And so now that we have that class, we can just return that div happy days. And the way this is going to work is if we come back into our app Here what we're going to do is we're going to have some more conditional logic. So we're going to say, well, actually, before we even do that, we may as well just create our last one. So this is going to be information.jsx. We'll RFC this component, and this is going to be with our transcription and our translation. However, inside of our app here, we're going to say const output set output. So this is going to be the final output, so that's going to just be null. For the minute, that needs to be use state null. And we're also going to say const loading set loading equals to use state false. So essentially, if we have an output, that's going to be our first conditional logic. So in here, we're going to say output question mark. If the output exists, then we're going to render out information. So we'll make sure we import that up the top of our document. Otherwise, we're going to check if loading exists. If loading exists, then we're going to render out transcribing. We're going to import that up the top of our page. And if that doesn't exist, we're going to say, is audio available? And if the audio is available, we're going to have our file display. And then finally, we're going to just display our home if none of these other things are true. And we can get rid of our original check. And now we have our essentially our page logic for our conditional rendering. So what that means is that I could set loading equal to a default of true, and we would display the transcribing page. Obviously that looks terrible. And I don't even think it should look that way. I swear we set a maximum width on these bad boys. Max width 500 pixels. I guess that's it there. But that is okay. What we could do is maybe just set that to 400. And we should probably just give this thing like a padding of 4 all round. And I'm also just going to, for this one, say text center, because all the text should be centered. Now, the other thing I'm noticing inside of our app is that we have these things just here not occupying as much of the page as they possibly can. The last thing I think we need on this component is just to give it a flex of 1, and that's just going to center it, and I might just make this a PB to bring it up a little bit. So now that's just going to be pretty centered in our screen, which looks amazing. So with that, we're going to come into our index.css, and we're going to make these bad boys move for us. And how we're going to do that is by saying .loading, and we're going to give that an animation of width. It's going to be 5 seconds, linear, and infinite. And we're also going to say margin right is going to be auto. After that, we're going to say .loading 1, and that's going to have an animation delay of -4 seconds. We're going to say .loading 2, and that's going to have an animation delay of -2 seconds. And then after that, we're going to say at keyframes width. And we have a couple of widths here, so we're going to say 0%, and I'm just going to drop this down a bunch. So this one's going to be 10, and we've got 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. So this one is 80, then we have 90, and then we have 100. And what we're going to do is we're just going to give them different widths. So if I just select all of them, we'll say width is going to be some percentage. Let's make sure that's actually a percentage sign. And the first one is going to be 100. And then after that, we have a 73. We have a 35, a 37, a 48, a 65, 46, 38, 66, 76, and finally 100. And now we can see that it just gives us this little, transcribing writing animation, which is super cute. So now we are good to have our last page, which is going to be our information. And so in here, what we're going to do is we're going to have, similar to the file display, we're going to copy the main and the h1 like so. Have the main there. This one is going to just, if I come into the app for a second, we can get this to display by saying output true. So here we have your file, this is information, this is going to say your transcription. Now that is too large, and I think we can fix that by saying white space, no wrap. But the other thing we're going to want to remove is these widths. So we're just going to get rid of the width limits, and we're just going to say max width prose width full, I think is going to be the go. So there we have our maximum width prose. I think this should fit within a prose width, and I think that that honestly just seems to work. Let's try it on a mobile screen. So I mean, it seems to do the trick, so that's all that matters. That's the main thing. Max width prose width full. Yeah, okay, sweet. And so after that, what we can do is we are going to have a little div just here. This is going to have a class of flex item center and a gap of 2. And this is going to have our header elements. So this is going to have a button that's going to say transcription, and then we're going to have a second one that says translation. Now, so those are our 2 buttons, which is, pretty cash money. So here we have transcription, translation. We're going to say MX auto on this, and I'm also going to say background white, border 2, border solid, border blue, and a shadow. We're going to say rounded, full, and overflow hidden. And that should be border blue 400. And on each of these, I'm going to give them a class of px4, py2. Could maybe be a little bit smaller, that's good. Font, medium, we will say text blue 400. Well, actually, the text color is going to be conditional. So I might say for the border, however, let's make that a 300, just so it's a bit lighter. That sits up, which is nice. And then in here, we're going to have a state that says const tab set tab is equal to use state, and it can be transcription. And so we'll have to import the state, nice and easy. And now on clicking 1, it's going to, do its magic tricks. So in this case, if let's say plus tab equals transcription question mark, then we want one style, otherwise we want another style. So in here, it's going to be BG blue 400, well actually be 300 text white. Otherwise, it's going to be text blue 400, hover text blue 600. So that's how that's going to look. And I might just try making this a background blue 400, so it's a bit darker. And then that just gives people the ability to swap between them. And I honestly think we could probably get rid of this exterior. Let's just try making it a bit thinner first. Kind of still looks a bit weird. We'll just get rid of it entirely. So there's our little tab system. And this is just going to be the exact same. So we're going to copy this style, wrap this class in the same thing, plus the tab, except it's going to be translation. So now that's going to be blue, and these are our 2 little toggle options. And what's going to happen here is we'll need to add a duration of 200 on each of them. And we'll also add an on-click event is equal to a function, and it just says set tab equal to, and the top one is obviously going to be transcription, and the bottom one is obviously going to be translation. So now we can swap between the tabs. The other thing we have to do is get rid of the gap. Can't have that gap at all. Tragedy. And I'm going to swap it from a flex to a grid cols 2. That way they're even width. So there's our neat little tab system, which I think looks cash money. And what we're going to do after the tab is going to be conditional on the tab. So we're going to need 2 more components. One is going to be the transcription.jsx. So we'll RFC that, export a default component. And then the last one is going to be translation.jsx, and that will RFC that as well. So now we can come back into information, and underneath this we can, say tab equals to transcription, question mark, then we can return the transcription component. Otherwise, we can return the translation component. So now we can see how that works, and that's all cash money. So the other thing I'm going to do just quickly is come back in here, and I'm going to comment, get rid of this hello for the second. And just before we actually make this work now, I'm going to reset the output to null, and I'm going to set the loading to false. And I'm also just going to come into the header component really quickly and wrap this in an anchor tag that just takes you back to the home route. So this is going to be an href equals /, and I'm going to do exactly the same with the button. Don't tell anyone, it's a bit naughty. And to be fair, I could actually just swap this for an anchor tag, and that's just going to reset it equally. So now if you click it, it's just going to reset everything no matter what button you have. And yeah, with that, we can actually start doing some transcriptions. Crazy stuff. Now, there is a lot that goes on here, so we'll take it one step at a time. The first thing we're going to have to do is define a stateful variable called finished and set finished. So we'll set that equal to use state false. After that, what we're going to do is change this from a use effect to a use reference, and we're going to create a worker reference, because that's how we get this job done. We get the ML code running in the background is with a web worker. After that, we actually are going to need the use effect. We are going to say use effect, and in here we have a lot going on. So the first thing we're going to say, if worker.current does not exist, then we're going to say worker.current is equal to new worker, and that's going to be a new URL. And in here we are going to pass in our worker, which we have yet to create. So we may as well do that now. We're going to create a new folder called utils, and in here we're going to create a file called whisper.worker.js. And now we can input that just here. So that's going to be .utils/whisper.worker.js. And after we have input the path, we're also going to say import.meta.url. And then we're going to pass in a third argument, which is going to be type, and it's going to be a modular import. After that, what we're going to do is we're going to say const on message received, and define some logic for how we can communicate between our main application and the web worker. So on message received is going to be an asynchronous function that takes an event, and we can go ahead and open that up. And we're going to have a whole bunch of switch cases in here that our web worker can communicate the status of the transcription in. So the switch is going to be on the e.target.e.data.type. And we're going to say case down loading. So these are going to be the cases that we have. And here we're going to say set down loading true. That's a state that we also have to define, so we're going to say that here, const downloading and set downloading is equal to use state false. And, we could console downloading just so we get a status. And then after that, we're going to break. Now what we can do is just copy this case logic, duplicate it down a couple of times. We need one that says loading. We need another one that says result. And we need one more that says inference done. And so for this one, we're going to set loading equal to true, and we're going to say loading in our console. For result, we're going to set, well, we're going to have some ever so slightly more complicated logic. So essentially what it's going to do is we're going to say set output e.data.results, which is going to be the information passed out of the inference. And then for the last one, we're going to just say set finished true. And maybe in here we'll console.log done. And that should just about do it. Now after this on message received, we have to say worker.current.add event listener. And this is the message event, because essentially how the workers work is they post messages to and from the worker. And so we're just going to add on message received. And then the last thing we're going to do is define a cleanup function, which is going to essentially just say worker.current.remove event listener, and that is once again the message event, and we're just going to remove on message received. And now we're going to go ahead and define a function called read audio from, and in here we're going to take a file, but this could also be used for the stream, and we're just going to say const sampling rate is equal to 1600. Const audio context is equal to new audio context. And in here, we're going to pass in an object that's going to have the sampling rate is equal to our sampling rate. I'll close that for a second. And then we're going to say const response is equal to await file.array buffer. Then const decoded is equal to await audio context dot decode audio data from the response. And then lastly, const audio is equal to decoded dot get channel data 0, and then we can just return the audio. So that's going to get the audio buffer from the file or the transcription. And then the last function we need is async function handle form submission. And up here we'll say if not file and not audio stream, then we just want to return. Then we want to say let audio equal to await read audio from, and we're going to have some conditional logic here. So we're going to say file question mark file, otherwise the audio stream. Then we're going to say const model name. Now this is the model we're going to use for transcription, and that's OpenAI /whisper -tiny.en. And now finally we're going to say worker.current.post message, and in here we can pass in the type, which is going to be something we're going to define in a second. After that, we're going to have the audio, and then we're going to have the model name. Now in here, what we're going to do is we're going to have message types dot inference request. And now this is going to come from another util file that we're going to define called presets.js. And this is a file that you will just want to download from the GitHub because it also contains all of the languages arrays. So once again, that will be linked in the description. I'm just going to paste it in, but we can see here messages types is just a bunch of types. We have some loading statuses, some model names, and some languages. And so now what we can do is we can just import messages types from the presets file. So that is imported up the top right there. And now at some point our app decided it was not happy. And it looks like it's because of our use effect. And that's because I can't spell listener. And now that's all happy again, happy days. And now what we can do is get into the real magic, which is in our Whisper worker. So this file is going to have a few things going on. The first thing we're going to have to do is come into our terminal and kill everything. And we're going to have to run npm install at zenova/transformers and let that install. And this is essentially going to work with Hugging Face and allow us to use the models available in Hugging Face. And they have a method called pipeline, which is going to be hugely important in our document. So while that installs, we can start writing it out. We're going to say import pipeline from /at Zenova transformers. So there we have the pipeline. And after that, we're going to define a class called myTranscriptionPipeline. And that is going to have a static task is equal to automatic speech recognition. After that, we're going to have a static model is equal to open AI/whisper-tiny.en. And then after, we're going to have a static instance is equal to null. Then we're going to say static async get instance. So this is a function, and we're going to define a progress callback, and this is going to initially have a default of null. Now, this file is especially important. This function is especially important because this is how we're going to communicate all of the status with our main function. And we're going to say if this dot instance, which is going to refer to the instance up above, is equal to null, then we're going to say this dot instance is equal to await pipeline this dot task null, and then pass in the progress callback. And then after that, we're going to return this dot instance. So if it doesn't exist, then we're going to instantiate it essentially. Now what we can do is we can say self.add event listener. And this is where we add the event listener for the message that we send from the main file. And this is going to be an asynchronous function that takes an event. And in here, we're going to say const type audio is equal to event.data. And if type equals message types, which we're going to have to import from presets just there, dot inference request. So if the message is for an inference request, then we're going to call await transcribe. Then we're going to pass in the audio. Now, transcribe doesn't currently exist, so let's go ahead and define that. That's going to be async function transcribe, and that's obviously going to take the audio. And then what we're going to do is we're going to call send loading message loading, which is a function that we will define in a second. And after that, we're going to say let pipeline just initialize it, and then we're going to call try pipeline is equal to await my transcription pipeline dot get. We're going to call the get instance, and we're going to pass in the load model callback, which doesn't yet exist, but that is a function that we will define very shortly. And if we catch an error, then we're just going to console.log error.message. After that, we're going to call send loading message, and that's going to be success. And I'm just going to lowercase that one just there. And then we're going to say const stride length underscore s is equal to 5, const generation tracker is equal to new generation tracker, which is also something we haven't defined yet, but that's going to be the pipeline and the stride length, like that. And then here we're going to say await pipeline, call the pipeline method above, which is just going to be this. And we're going to pass in the audio, and then we have a whole lot of parameters that we have to configure. So one is going to be top_k, that's going to be 0. Then we're going to have do sample, that's going to be false. Then we have chunk length, it's going to be 30. Stride length s is going to be stride length s. Then we're going to have return timestamps, that's going to be true. And then we're going to say callback function is going to be generation tracker.callback function.bind, and we're going to pass in the generation tracker. Then we're going to say chunk callback is equal to generation tracker.chunk callback, and that should actually be a capitalized C dot bind generation tracker. And then the last thing we're going to do is after the pipeline, we're going to say generation tracker dot send final result, just like that. And that is going to pretty much do it for this function. Now, a lot of this stuff doesn't yet exist, so we're going to have to come in and define it. The first one's going to be async function load model callback, and that's going to take data. And in here, we're going to say const destructure status out of data. And then we're going to say if status equals to progress, then we're going to destructure file progress loaded and total from data. And then we're going to say send downloading message file progress loaded and total. After that, we're going to define our second one, which is send function send loading message. And this is going to take the status. And in here, we're going to self.post message, and it's just going to be the type is messaging types.loading. Then after that, we're going to have the status. So that's all easy breezy. And then we're going to have another function, which is async function send downloading message. And this is going to take the file, the progress, the loaded, and the total. And we're going to say self.post message and pass in the type, which is the messages types.downloading. We're going to say the file, progress, loaded, and total. And then finally, we can define the generation tracker as a class. And so this is going to have a constructor, which is going to take the pipeline and the stride length s. And then we're going to say this dot pipeline is equal to pipeline. And we're just going to duplicate this a bunch. So this dot stride length s is that. This dot chunks is just going to be an empty array. This dot time precision is equal to pipeline question mark dot processor dot feature extractor dot config dot chunk length divided by pipeline dot model dot config dot max source positions. Then we're going to have this dot processed chunks is equal to an empty array. And last but not least, we're going to have this dot callback function counter is equal to 0. After that, we're going to have the send final result, which is going to be self.post message, and that's going to be type of messaging types dot inference done. Then we're going to have the callback function, which is going to take a parameter, an argument named beams. And in here, we're going to say this dot callback function counter plus equals 1. And we're going to say if this dot callback function counter remainder 10 is not equal to 0, then we're going to return. After that, we're going to say const best beams is equal to beams 0. Let text equal this dot pipeline dot tokenizer dot decode best beam dot output underscore token underscore IDs, and that's going to have a comma, and then we're going to have a dictionary. And in here, this is going to say, need a closing brace on that. This is going to say skip special tokens is equal to true. And here we can see that best beam should actually be best beam. And the other thing I've done is this should be a semicolon. And then after that, we're going to say const result is equal to an object where we have the text. We have the start, which is going to be this dot get last chunk time stamp. And then we're going to have end, which is undefined. And then after that, we're going to call create partial result message with the result. And then we're going to create a function called chunk callback, have the data, this dot chunks dot push the data. We're going to say const destructure text and chunks out of this is equal to this dot pipeline dot tokenizer dot underscore decode underscore ASR. Call that as a method, pass in this dot chunks an object that has time precision, which is going to be this dot time precision. We're going to have return time stamps as true, and we're going to have force full sequence as false. After this, we're going to say this dot processed chunks is equal to chunks dot map. We're going to receive the chunk and the index and open this up into an arrow function. And in here, we're going to say this dot process chunks, pass in the chunk and the index. And then after that, we also have to make sure that we return that one just there. And then we're going to say create result message. And in here, we're going to pass in this dot processed chunks false and this dot get last chunk timestamp. Now I know there's heaps going on, but we're almost at the bottom. After that, we're going to say process chunk, and that is going to be a chunk and an index. And we're going to say const destructure text and timestamp out from the chunk. We're going to say const start end is equal to timestamp, and then we're going to return an object, and this should actually be on the other side of this object just here. But the other thing that I just forgot that comes first is a function called get last chunk timestamp. And in here, we're just going to say if this dot processed chunks dot length is equal to 0, then we're going to return 0. And now for process chunks, we can carry on where we were. We're going to return the index. We're going to return the text, which is going to be a template literal string with text.trim. Then we're going to have the start, which is going to be math.round start, and we're going to have end, which is going to be math.round end, or it's going to be math.round start plus 0.9 times this dot stride length underscore s. Finally, we only have 2 more functions to go. After that, we've got a function called create partial result message. This takes the results and is done parameter and time and completed until time stamp. And in here, we're going to say self.post message. And we're going to post the type as message types.result. We're going to post results is done and completed until timestamp, and then we're going to have another function after this, and this actually needs to come after just here. So the second function is going to be create partial result message, and I actually got this confused. This is just meant to be create result message, and then partial result message just takes the result, open that up, and in here it's just going to be self.post message. Object type is going to be message types dot result partial, and we can just send through the result. And so I know that is heaps of code. It looks like we have an error somewhere. Text doesn't get used, and I think that's actually okay. That's fine. But this is our whole worker. The next worker for translation is going to be far easier. But what we should be able to do now is actually see if we can start consoling some of these methods. And this is going to come from assigning our handle form submission to our button, which is going to be inside of file display. So handle form submission, let's pass that in. And then inside of that component, file display, and here we can access that. Let's just start up our app as well. npm run develop. App is up and running. Handle form submission. We can assign this to the transcribe button. So we can say on click is equal to handle form submission. So let's try this out. Testing, 1, 2, 3, 4. Stop the recording before I hit anything. Let's just make sure we have our console open. Transcribe, we can see we're downloading all of the modules. We're warming up our cylinders. And now we're actually loading the model, and we should be doing the transcription. All right, so it looks like we got an error at the stop process chunks is not a function. The one other thing I note is that these are too far apart, so I'm just going to come into transcribing real quick and drop this down to a gap of 3. Bring them a bit closer together. So this looks like it's in line 125, which is right here. This is inside of our chunk callback, and this should be a process chunk. Just like that. So let's try this again. Testing, 1, 2, 3, 4. Transcribe that. We download the models. We can see everything loading over the side. Well, actually, technically you can't, but we can see that. Loading, done. And we should have actually gotten an output from that transcription, which isn't console, but that totally worked. We can see that we do, in fact, have an output. So let's just see in here, we can come up in here. We have done, let's just console.log.e.data.results. Do that once more, hit the new button. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Hit transcribe, downloads, loading, transcribing. And we do, in fact, have our transcription coming out. Now, this is huge. We have literally just run an ML model in our browser. And this is kind of what I was mentioning at the start of the video, where all of these transcription companies out there will run this kind of infrastructure in a backend service, and that's going to cost them money and time. Whereas being able to execute this kind of logic and run an inference from an ML model in the user's browser means that you can avoid all costs on your end and just have the web infrastructure that they can then come and access and view the transcription. So it's absolutely huge. If you head over to Hugging Face, you can see that there are loads of models that you can do this kind of stuff with. And just while I'm here, the other thing I'm going to do is come into these little tabs right here and just unbold them, I think. So in transcription, this is going to be in the information page, just here where I have font medium. I'm going to just get rid of font medium, I think. And I'm going to drop the background color to 300, BG blue 300, just so it's less intense, just a bit softer. Nice. So obviously now if we have a translation, we want to display it on the page, so we can pass that down in here. So we're going to need to receive some props. Inside of the props, we're going to destructure output is equal to props, and we're going to go ahead and pass this down to, we're just going to spread props there, and likewise we're going to spread props into the translation. So now once again we can come into transcription, receive the props, destructure output, and we should be able to display output just there, translation, assuming we're on transcription. And the one problem is that we obviously don't have anything currently. Let's just check that we are saving the right thing. So we can see that it needs to be .text. So if that's our .text, that just means that we need to display, well actually even better, what we're going to do is we're just going to console.log output. So output is currently undefined. And that is because I have to actually pass it down from the main component. So here we have output, we're going to have to pass this down into information. So output is equal to output. And so now that is successfully getting passed down, and it is unhappy because it's trying to render out an object. So if we come into transcription just here, we're going to want to just console.log output. Let's see if that comes up with anything. So this will be our output just here. And we're going to want to output the text essentially. So we could just say const final text is equal to output.map val, and we just want to return val.text. And now we can just render out the final text. And let's run this once more. My name is James. I'm going to transcribe that audio. Warming up all cylinders, we can see it's loading, and we got my name is James on the transcription. So that is awesome. Super nice little application we've got here. The next step is going to be going into translation, but first we're just going to have some buttons. So the buttons we're going to have is a copy, a download, and I think that should just about do it. So I'm going to place those maybe down here on the side. And so that is going to be inside of information. Underneath the tab just here, we're going to have a div that has a class of flex, item center, a gap of maybe 4, and we're going to have a button that just says, well actually we're going to give this the class of special button. And in here, we're actually going to use an icon. So if we come over to Font Awesome Icons, we can look for their copy. So that's just going to look like this one, the copy icon. Copy that across, paste that inside of this button right here. Obviously, change class to class name. And then the other one we're going to want is a download. So there's our download. We can go ahead and copy that. And have a secondary button, same thing, but swap out the icon, make sure we update class for class name. And so here are our two buttons. If we come back to our little application, we see them right there. We're going to set the MX auto so that they self-center, and we're going to set the text size to base. And then on each of the buttons, we're going to say padding X of well, actually, we'll just say padding of 2 rounded. Let's see how that looks. So there are 2 buttons. We might set a larger padding X of 4. And the other thing I'm going to do is just in here, I'm going to put this inside of a div that has a class name of my8 and maybe a flex and a flex column, just so that it gives that little transcription a bit more space. And then we have our 2 buttons, and I think I'm going to remove the text base so that they are a smaller size. Honestly, I might actually just remove special button entirely and set the background to white. I think is sufficient, and I think what we're going to do is set the text to blue 400, maybe even 300. I think is all good. And I might update that padding again. So I'm going to say padding X of 2 and aspect square grid place item center. So now we have 2 little square buttons, so that's pretty easy breezy. On each of these, I'm just going to give them both a title property. So the title for the first one is going to be copy, and the title for the second one is going to be download. And that's just going to mean that if I hover over it, we see copy come up, and if we hang around here, we see download come up. So you know exactly what they're for. And I'm also just going to give them a hover of text blue 500 and a duration of 200. And that's just going to mean that when we hover over them, they get a bit darker, which I think looks nice. And then we can create the function. So the first function is going to be handle copy. And the second function is going to be handle download. And copy is going to be pretty easy. We're just going to say navigator.clipboard.write text, and we're just going to basically write the output. But this is going to be dependent on the tab that we currently have selected, so we'll come back to that in a second. And in here we're going to have slightly similar logic, so we're going to say element is equal to document.create element. That's going to be an anchor tag, and then we're going to say const file is equal to new blob. And this is just going to be an array where once again we have the text in there, and this is going to be type text/plain. After that, we're going to say element.href is equal to url.create object URL, and we're going to pass in the file. Then we're going to say element.download, and it's just going to be free scribe underscore new date dot to string. To date string, I guess, should be fine. I'm going to wrap that in parentheses. So that should just have free scribe and then the date. And this is going to be a .txt file. After that, we have to just say document.body.append child. And we're going to append the element, and then we're going to say element.click. And that should do the download. So that's all good. Obviously, we'll come back and add the text in shortly. But first, what we have to do is actually handle the translation. So now if we click on translate, we have this translation here. And so we are going to just say, this is going to be in here. We're going to have to access the props, and we're going to have to receive the translation from the props. Now, obviously that doesn't exist, and this is going to be in here, and this is just going to be a state that we define. So that's going to be translation set translation is equal to use state null, and we're also going to say const translating set translating is equal to use state null. Now, the reason we're defining the state in this component is because every time we swap tabs, We don't want to have to recreate the translation as we recreate the component. And so in here we can define a function that is going to be generate translation. And the other thing we're going to need is just to say const to language, set to language is equal to use state, and that is also going to be null. The very last thing I might actually just do in this component is define the text element, which is going to be dependent on the tab. So if the tab is equal to transcription, then it's going to be exactly what we defined in here, which is going to be this. So I'm just going to copy that and paste it in here. Otherwise, it's going to be equal to our translation string, which will come shortly. So we can go ahead and change this to text element, and we can instead just display the text element and remove that logic. So that's just going to clean up this component a little bit. Keep in mind that that should be a lowercase element. Now, if we come back in here, here's our text element. Let's just make sure we pass that down into transcription. Text element is equal to text element. That way we have access to it. So now we still access that transcription. However, for the translation, what we're going to do is pick a language and then have a translate button. And so this component is going to be pretty easy. We're just going to say flex column a gap of 2. Initially, we're going to have a div that has a class of flex and items stretch, and this is going to have a select just here, select. We're going to need to access the to language parameter, so let's just make sure we pass that in. Information, we'll have to pass that down to translation, so that's going to be to language is equal to to language, which we defined up here as our state. We're also going to pass in translating, well, essentially all of these parameters to the translation component. So it's going to be translating is equal to translating, and translation is equal to translation. And then we'll have set translation is equal to set translation. Set translation is equal to set translation. And then finally, we have set to language is equal to set to language. Lots of stuff going down to that component. We're going to need to destructure all of these things. So we've got to language, we've got translating, we've got translation, we've got set translation, we've got set translating, and we've got set to language. This is going to be huge for our select field. So in here we have our select. The value is going to be equal to language, and the on change is going to be equal to an arrow function where we take the event and we return e.target.value, and we are going to set the to language equal to that. So we're going to say set to language. Inside here we're going to have a load of options, but we're going to start off with the first option that is just going to be select language, and this is going to have a value equal to select language. And then after this one, we're going to say object.entries, and we're going to take languages, which is inside of our presets, which we earlier defined. And we're going to map over each of them, and we're going to destructure the key, the value, and we're going to open this up as an arrow function, and we're going to return an option with the value equal to the key, with the key equal to the key, and the value equal to the value, and the text is going to be the key. So now if we look at that, that totally is unhappy. And that's because we are double importing. So that's never going to be happy. So here we have our select with all of our languages, so that's all cool. We're going to set a max width of maybe 400 pixels here, a width full, and an MX of auto on this whole component. So that's just going to sit in the middle. For the select, this is going to have a class of flex1 so that it occupies as much space as it can. An outline of none, a BG white, focus, outline none, a border, border solid, border transparent. On hover, we're going to have a border blue 300. We're going to give it a duration of 200. So that's that. And the other thing I'm going to do is just say a gap of 2 in here. I'm going to give this a padding of 2, say rounded. So here is our little select language box. We can select our languages. That's going to warning value prop on thing should not be null. So I'm just going to say select language is going to be the default in our information. So that's what it's going to be up here. So toLanguage is going to be select language. I should remove that issue. Let's do this again. Hello bananas. Transcribe that bad boy. We have our transcription. We go to the translation. We can select our language. I'm going to actually just increase the padding X on this. So I'm going to say padding X of 4. Maybe a padding X of 3, I think would do the trick. And then after this select, just here, we're going to have a button that's going to have a class of special button, padding X of 4, padding 2, rounded. I think it's actually padding X of 3. PY of 2, rounded, large. Text blue 400, hover text blue 600, duration of 200. So now we have our little button just there, and that is going to say translate. So there's our translation. We pick the language, we click translate, pretty easy. I might actually just come back to the select and get rid of that padding X. Just above this select right here, we're going to have a div that has a class of flex column, and we're going to copy this and paste it after this div just here. And the reason we're going to do that is we're going to have a paragraph here that just says toLanguage. And this is going to have a class text extra small, text small on a small screen or bigger, font medium, and a text slate 500. And that's just going to say toLanguage just there. We could possibly set a gap of 1, and then this is going to have an MR of auto. So it's just going to say toLanguage, we pick the language, and we can translate it if we want. Now after that, we're going to have our loading state. So if it's loading, essentially what we're going to do is conditionally render a whole lot of stuff. So we're going to select all of this stuff, wrap it inside of some curly parentheses and then some circular parentheses. And we're going to say not translating, and we'll display this. So if we're not translating, then we're going to display that. If we have a translation, then we're going to display the translation. So just in here, we're going to have translation and maybe the paragraph tag, which has the translation, if the translation exists. And then if the translating exists, we're going to render out a div that has a class of flex of grid, place items center. And this is just going to say, we're going to come over to the icons, look up spinner, copy the spinner just here, paste that in here, and this is just going to say animate spin as the other class name, animate spin. So if we're translating, we're going to show the animate spin. If we have the translation, we'll show the translation. And we're also just going to say and not translating in this conditional display here. So that's all hunky-dory. We don't actually need the translation parameter in here, but we do need set translating or the set translating. But what we do actually want to do is just swap out translation for text element. So I'm just going to swap those right there. And if we come back into information, text element is going to show the text element. So I'm just going to swap translation for text element. And the last thing we want to do is pass down generate translation, which is going to obviously generate the translation. So now we can just receive that inside of translation just here, and we can assign that to our button on click, generate translation. Now for the button, we want to say if translating or to language equals to select language, then we just want to return out of that function and not do anything. Otherwise, we want to actually generate the translation. And so for that, we're going to say worker.current.postMessage, similar to before. Text is going to be essentially this just here. So this is going to be the text, which is the transcription. And then after that, we're going to have the source language, which is going to be English_Latin. And then finally, we're going to have the target language, which is going to be the to language. And now we're going to also set translating to true. And we're obviously going to need to have some logic to actually bring in our worker now. And so with that function done, we now have to create the second worker, which is going to be our translate worker. This one is much easier. So it's going to be translate.worker.js. And just like before, we're going to import pipeline from @Zenova transformers. We're going to say class my translation pipeline. Open that up. That's going to have a static task. We can probably actually just copy this from the other one, to be fair. Same stuff, different day, translate. Except this task is going to be translation. The model we're going to use is going to be Zenova/NLLB-200-distilled 600M. The instance is going to be null. This stuff all stays the same. And then we're going to say self.add event listener. It's going to be the message. We have an asynchronous function which takes an event. Open that up, and in here we're going to say let translator equal to await my translation pipeline dot get instance. We're going to say x, and then in here we're going to say self dot post message x. After that, we can say let output equal to await translator, and pass in event.data.text, which is going to be the text. And here we have the target language, which is going to be event.data.targetlang. We have the source lang, which is going to be event.data.sourcelang. And then we have the callback function, which is going to be x as the event. We'll open that up, and that's just going to be self.postMessage. It's going to have a status, which is update, and the output, which is going to be translator.tokenizer.decode x 0th input.output token IDs. And then similar to before, we're going to have an object which just says skip special tokens, and that's going to be true. After that, we're going to say self.post message, and in here we're going to have a status, which is going to be complete, and we're going to have the output, which is just going to be the output. So it's our whole translation worker. And now if we come back into our information, we can add the use effect, the use reference, which is what we're going to need to actually define our workers. So up here we're going to say const worker is equal to use ref, and then down the bottom, well actually no, we may as well have it here. We'll just have a use effect similar to what we had before. We're going to say if, and we can actually copy this from the main app quickly. If the worker doesn't exist, then we will create it. Except this one's going to be a translation worker. And then after that, we're going to say const on message received. We can actually copy pretty much the whole use effect, to be fair. There's just going to be some parts which are ever so slightly different. So we'll copy all that across, except this one is going to be status. This one is going to be initiate. This one is going to be progress. This one is going to be done, and this one is going to be ready. And in here, we're not going to worry about these loading statuses too much, except for the set output. And this one is going to be set translation. And then finally, we're going to say set translating false at the very end. And that was a lie. This one's going to be update, and this one is going to be complete. So that is relatively straightforward. We should actually be able to check if this one works now. So we can assign the generate translation, which I think that we have. So in here we can select the language, let's say Armenian, hit translate. We get an error, cannot read properties of undefined. This is information at line 66. So that is just here. And that is, I think, because output doesn't exist. And it is instead, oh no, output does exist. Line 66, worker.current, that should be a lowercase w, that's our issue. So let's do that once more. Once more. We'll quickly transcribe that. We'll go to translate, we'll select Armenian, we'll hit translate. That's going to try to translate this to Armenian for us. And that is being a little bit suspicious. And it looks like it failed to actually load the translation worker, and that's because it's called translate worker. So this is going to be translate worker. So let's try that again. Refresh this page. Hello banana. Transcribe this. Head over to translate. Select the language we're going to go. Let's just pick one we can probably figure out. We'll go for French. Finish French. Translate that. Still couldn't find the script. And obviously that's because we're in a different component now. So if we look at this, we actually have to come out of components first. So we're going to have to come up a directory. So that should be the double like that. So if we try that once more, let's refresh this page. And we're actually going to try uploading an audio. Let's try this one just here. We'll upload that, transcribe this recording to see if that works as well. Cool, that audio transcription worked. Now we can select the language. We'll go to German, hit translate, and now it is working as it should. We can see that the model is loading over the side just there. And we can see that we hit done. However, we should also console the status of translate. Well, actually, even better, let's just try render out onto the screen. So what that is going to look like is if we come down to this just here, we should say, do we have a transcription? If we do, then render out transcription. sorry, translation, that should be translation. So we're going to say, do we have a translation? Question mark. Well, actually, even better, we can just say or backup. No translation. So that hasn't come through for us. And I notice I have a mistake here. That should be source language. That's one thing. Let's try this once more. Translate. No translation once again. We're getting undefined, which is on line 32. So if we take a look at that, that's this one just here, e.data.results. And that's because this should be output in this particular example. Testing bananas. And just like that, if we come into the translation and let's say we select French, we hit translate and we're going to run an inference. First we have to pull the model in, as you can see, and then we're going to run an inference across that language translation model and hopefully generate our translation. And then we have our French translation, and we can do that for any different language. And that leaves us with the very last thing, which is to come into information. And we essentially just have to make sure this sits above these. And then all we do is we write the text dependent on what is going on in here and here. And then we can assign these functions to the button. So this one is going to be on click handle copy. This one is going to be on click handle download. Save that. And now if I come in here and hit download, we get an error, and that's because element.download is not a function. And I'm going to change this method to just a toString.txt. Document.body.append child element.click. That should do the trick. Let's try that once more. Same issue. And that's because I'm a Muppet. This is actually an equals, not a method. So let's do that once more. Hit download, and we successfully download that file. So that's all good. That's a little text file. We can probably go ahead and view that. And that is our French translation. And then if I were to come over to the transcription and copy that and just paste it into my browser, we can see that we copy the transcription. And that, my friends, is the whole application. You have now created a web application that runs machine learning models in the browser. Absolutely brilliant if you're looking to start up a service and not have any cost for the infrastructure on your end. If you've enjoyed the video, don't forget to like and subscribe. Absolutely love that support. Thank you so much for watching, and I will catch you guys in the next one. Peace. Learning to code? If so, be sure to check out the Learn to Code roadmap or dive straight in with these videos. That's a good one.